or
to go live.
We are online. We are live.
Okay, so the next time, Holly, if you could do the 5, 4.
Harry has to leave at 5.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're live, folks. Everybody, welcome to the meeting, this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's Tuesday, October 18th, and it's about 3 minutes after. For those of you in the room right now, we got a couple of requests. One, mute your phone. Two, if you want to record any portion of tonight's activities, let us know in advance, so we're not in violation of RICO statutes. Let's see. For the record, we have most of our board members here tonight. Val Oliver's here, Abby Camp, myself, Ray Pohl, Stephen Welch, Jesse Dutra, Connie Patton. And I think maybe Diane will join us later. I'm not sure. And I know that Carrie is away, correct? Okay. So may I have, so we're missing one regular member at this time. So you two folks, you lovely folks, are going to do the rotation. So let's say, Jesse, you want to sit in on the motion to approve tonight's agenda?
Sure.
Okay, can I have a motion?
So moved.
Great, and because we are all present in the room, that means I can do a voice vote. All those in favor of Val's motion to approve tonight's agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, very good. Let's see. Discussion, that was some items that came off because there was something to do with the sign committee, but I do believe Chris is with us. But let me, Chris, let me dispense with commissioner comments if there's any, and then we can get to you. And anyone else who would be doing. Okay. Any commissioner comments at this time?
And that we can say out loud.
If we were televised, we could just bleep you out.
I have muffs.
Oh, Stephen has a commissioner comment.
It's very likely that the RISE work group, the Resiliently Integrating Sustainable Energy, will come forth through the Organizational Focus Committee with some solar recommendations in small packets in order to start to implement some of those, as opposed to waiting until a full set of recommendations is ready.
Oh.
So just to give you guys a heads up,
Mm-hmm.
nothing in particular on the radar. It's just something we've been discussing.
Sounds good. Thanks. Okay, for public comment, I know that we have Chris Young here to talk about the sign advisory has been doing some work, and I think they want to discuss it with us, but I wanted somebody, that somebody being Chris, to give us a sort of an overview of what the discussion would center on. I think we all know, but Chris, why don't you let us know?
Okay, thanks. So Chris Young, for the record, representing the Sign Advisory Council. First of all, let me say it's great to be back here speaking with you in that capacity.
Thanks.
So thank you guys for helping us get the board reconstituted. And we asked for a meeting with you, which I'll just sort of read some notes that I made here. So forgive me if it sounds like I'm speaking to you. I really wanted to have a conversation with you. It was always nice when we could sit at the table upstairs, but I'll do my best to keep it as casual as possible here. We've always acted with the understanding of our role as an advisory board. It's not our goal to change anything about that or the way that we've worked in the past, unless that is your desire. Along those lines, we requested a meeting as a newly constituted board so that we could define clearly what your desires are relative to our Constitution, the policies that we follow, and the follow through with applications and enforcement. So I'll address each of these ideas one at a time. Regarding our Constitution, I understand that PLUS staff is working on an amendment for the annual town meeting that would somehow close the loophole or deal with the fact that we were disbanded in the first place. So we just would like to have that conversation be something that we're open with you to understand if there's anything that we can do to help move it along. We would like it not to fall off. of any timetable that would have it actually appear at town meeting. We were also advised at one point by Planning and Land Use Services that we should be reappointing our officers. This is a minor issue. At our first meeting that we had, we were told we didn't need to. So just if there's anything procedurally that we need to do to reappoint our officers, let us know and we'll follow through. I guess it just falls into that gray area if we're not sure, how are we constituted? How are we supposed to be acting? And we don't want to leave any loopholes open. Secondly, regarding policies, should anything change? That's our question to you. We want to know if there's anything that we've done in the past that should be amended as we move forward. Again, we're here to advise you in whatever capacity you ask. We like the way that we've worked in the past. We'd like to keep it the same, quite frankly, but obviously there were some issues that caused us to have to change course for a little while. So if there's anything that we can do to serve you better, let us know. We were advised by the Planning and Land Use Services that, for example, there would be a new policy where sign applications did not need to come before us, that the applicant could request to bypass our committee and go straight to you. We strongly disagree with that. And that was a policy that actually took place with a recent application. So we'd like to know, is that coming from you? Is it coming, who do we report to? Who is going to be setting the policies that we follow? Because when there are these uncertainties, it just makes it hard for us to do our job. So we'd like to have that conversation with you. And then lastly, with follow through, we're excited to work with Billy, who is now our liaison, and he's doing a great job getting up to speed with the enforcement issues that have existed that he inherited. Is there anything that we should do differently? A couple of years ago, we sat with you and you asked us to sort of be in charge of notifying the Plus staff of enforcement concerns and then following through with them being a regular item on our agenda at every meeting. Is that something that should be changing going forward? Is there anything that we should be doing differently? We feel it's important. Signs are a little different than construction enforcement, because construction enforcement, obviously, it's not something that comes up and goes away or is as prevalent, perhaps, as we see with our policies. And when we're trying to tell one applicant that they can do something, whereas their neighbor is doing something different that might not be approvable, it just makes it difficult. We see the photographs brought to every meeting. Well, what about this? What about this? What about this? So enforcement for us is actually part of our, it aids us when enforcement is being followed through with, so that we can give good advice to applicants based on why their signs should comply with the guidelines. So these were the things that we really wanted to have a conversation with you about. I think Ray preferred that we brought them up in public comments so that you could all think about them and we could have a meeting subsequently, but
That's exactly why I did.
Yeah.
So, because, and by the way, there shouldn't be any discussion on this. So thank you, Chris. Now we all kind of know the crux of what we would be discussing. And would it be a quorum of your board that would be showing up, or just so we're?
Yeah, we were planning on it. So we were just advised.
So we'd have to have,
over.
we'd have to notice a joint meeting.
Right. I think that that would be important. So
Okay.
let us know how and when, and we'll.
All right, well,
ready
I'll
to
try it
appear.
around, I'll try and turn it around as quickly as possible, being mindful of, I don't want to, I hear everything that, all the points that you made. They are all worthy of discussion, and I just would, I want to make sure that we're paying attention to our regular agenda as well. While taking care of this
whatever
at the
works in
same
your
time.
interest.
Okay, Chris, thanks very
Thank you.
much. So now you've heard the initial thing, and I'll probably put that on. Why don't we just, Esme, why don't we just put it down as other business so it doesn't get lost? Whether it's at the beginning or the end of the meeting, well, putting it at the end of the meeting is basically like putting it into purgatory. But so let's just put it on as an other business item that we need to take up it'll have to be at the beginning of a meeting. Okay?
Sure.
Okay.
And just one question. Would you like us to follow up, or me to follow up with sort of a summary of those points
Oh, you mean
email.
send something and have it disseminated to our board? Yes, absolutely.
So not
Yes.
to violate any.
Yeah, because some of the
meeting law.
stuff I think actually is kind of sort of a legal, legal issue. But yes, that would be great, Chris. Thank you.
So that email would be directed to you.
You can send it to Esme.
Esmeralda,
That's usually the
she'll
way it
disseminate.
goes, and then she sends it to all the members, so there's no conflict.
Thanks, guys.
Okay,
you,
thanks a
Chris.
lot, Chris. Okay, anybody else for public comment before we move along to the regular agenda?
Diane's up there.
Oh, hi, Diane.
Muted.
Diane, well, we're just acknowledging that
Hi,
you.
hi, hi. There I
Hi,
am.
so acknowledging that
Yeah,
you're here.
I've been here.
Okay, very good. Thanks.
I've
I
been here.
believe we're holding.
I wanted to, yeah, well, there's nothing that I can do today. I would like as far as the agenda is to have the comments, or what is the word they use, put on for next week, so we can figure. I can't get there today, otherwise I would be there, but I had a doctor's appointment and I just got out. So
Which
I
comments?
would like on discussion, I would like the discussion of the advisory boards answering some and getting Chris's questions, and I was going to also like to know whether that letter that we approved last Tuesday has been sent out. I talked to Erica today and she said they did not have it.
No,
and it
that's
wasn't-
my fault. I haven't drawn it up yet.
Well, so it's not
By
on
the
the
way.
agenda tomorrow, maybe by next week.
It's on the agenda for tomorrow?
No, it is not
Oh, right.
On-
Okay.
on the agenda for tomorrow. But I also wanted to take just a minute. It's not a discussion, it's a question, and that will be the end of it.
Okay.
Did you get, and we did not seem to discuss it, a letter sent by Holly, Esmeralda, and Billy to Andrew Vorse, which is reconstituted sign advisory council, at which they say a bunch of stuff that they are recommending to him. There doesn't seem to be any copy coming to us, and I don't see it is not addressed a copy to you. It's just going to Andrew Vorse. And in the group, each member is to understand the following: that the mission of the Sign Advisory Council members is to assist and advise the applicant and the HDC on the sign book regulations. That the Advisory Council members acknowledge applicants have the right to refuse review of the SAC and may have their applications reviewed solely by the HDC with review comments by the Plus staff. And then it says the HDC has the right to refer applications back to the SAC within 14 days. Due to the membership being disbanded and reconstituted, the council will need to appoint officers. This will be on the agenda for the first meeting in the reestablished SAC. I would like to next week discuss that letter. So I was hoping it could go on as comments or commissioner comments or whatever. kind of
Okay,
comments.
so I don't know anything about this letter. But now, so that we can't have any deliberation, but I do believe that Holly could probably, Holly, are you able to speak on what she's suggesting?
The memo that she's in basically mentioning is a memo that staff wrote that was vetted. This is administrative. This was vetted through the planning board, the planning director, the town manager, and the chair of the HDC.
Did the chair of the HDC get that letter?
Oh,
Yes.
boy. I'm sorry, I must have. I don't remember getting it. How long ago?
It is dated, wait a minute, it is dated September 14th, 2022.
Okay, so I guess we put this on as another business item so that we can discuss it, because I'm kind of in the dark. All right, so
Thank you.
thanks, Diane. All right, so now it looks like we're holding on the signs, correct?
Yes, until you have a chance to
Take
write.
no
that
action on
letter.
that. All right, consent agenda. Now, Val's got to sit off of this, so which means that both of, oh no, Diane is here. So we're going to have, let's see, Connie, it's your turn, because Jesse did the other. So, consents. Discussion, motion.
I'm okay with the consents. I'll make a motion to approve.
Very good, thank you. So this is going to be roll call because Diane is on Zoom. Okay, so on Abby's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen. Connie. Diane on your motion. No,
Aye.
Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so that was. Somebody else talking up there? Okay, thanks. All right, so
I do have a
now,
question on number 3 of the consents with conditions.
okay, why don't we just, you want to ask the question? The applicant is actually in the room.
Yeah, I'm visibility. I was out that way this summer and I think it's very open and
That's 1, 2, 3.
so that's,
Who keeps doing that? Okay, sorry, go ahead, Abby.
yeah, just, that's my concern. I think it's very open out there. If you know, Hummock Pond Road, Osprey, it's a very open land. And I'm concerned about the swimming pool out there. Yeah,
11 Osprey.
This is not open. This lot is not open. The one across the street towards the fronts on Hummock Pond is open. These lots that are fronting on Hummock Pond itself are not open lots. There's a massive amount of screening. She's putting a lot of screening back because she moved the house from across the street over to hers. It is behind another house and behind the other house with a lot of screening. So it is not that visible.
Okay.
And the driveway's on the other side of the lot. So this particular lot is not open.
Okay, thank you, Linda. But now Linda has, a vested interest in this because she is the applicant. Can I hear from somebody else on this?
If we're
Do we
gonna-
want to have a view? Do we want a view?
It's, well, theoretically, it's on the consent with conditions. Yes, Stephen, go.
Yeah, so I guess my point is if Abby's calling it, then let's stop.
Get
Let's
rid of it?
proceed with consent, and then we'll proceed from there.
Okay. All right, so can I have a motion on items 1 and 2?
Well, motion to approve.
Items 1 and 2 on consent with conditions, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so on Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
aye.
Stephen,
All right,
Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor too. Okay, so here we are. Do we want to review this?
take it up.
Why don't I make a motion to view?
Hold on a second,
Well, why don't we
please.
just
Can I-
look at this? and-
Can you just look at it? I put every picture in the book in there, including all the aerials and everything else.
I'm not asking for a view. In what I reviewed, it looked like it was very open and I was out there this summer. I saw that there's a lot of open pasture going down towards the water there. And I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing. That's
All right, go to the site plan. There's a building actually
I
in
looked
front
at
of it.
Linda, that's, and I have a
Okay.
question about it. So
So the screening is up there in the pictures, and the other building that moved across the street from directly across the street, so it didn't go to the dump, is on the site plan. But if you keep going, there's a bunch of pictures. That's from the water, so it's behind that house. That's the existing single-family house. If you go down a little bit further, that's where it is. But to the left of that circle is another house now. The one way to the left has moved over to this as a secondary dwelling. So if you keep going, that's the road. That's the screening. Where she had to cut to get the house from across the street onto the lot, which you'll see eventually here, is going to be all replanted with the same native vegetation. Now that's looking at the house that moved across the street. The existing house is all the way to the right, and that's the driveway on this side. The pool is on the other side of the lot. So you can't see it from the driveway from that mess that was raining. Keep going. That's the other screening in front of the driveway. That's the house that moved over. Keep going. You'll see where we had to cut right to the left. You can see where we cut to pull it across. And the pool is behind that house, and all that's going to be put back into place. So the condition that it not be visible at the time of inspection,
Is this the application of the pool? Is this the pool application?
just the pool,
It's not showing the pool on this.
Well, where is it?
it will, it's in
where's the-
between the two houses. There is a site plan in there with a pool on it.
Oh, wait, please. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
Linda, where would the circle be represented in that open field now that we see the two homes on the
In
lot?
between, directly in between the two houses. Directly in, not over there. It's directly in between the two houses to the right.
More on that center, okay.
Near the driveway?
No, to the left of the driveway, where the straight line is to your left, right there,
Page 5.
right there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And all that screening that we've left all the screening except for where the house had to be dragged across the street.
Linda, I'm just asking because I have a question. So don't, let's just
I
keep
know
it at a
she-
civil
Yes.
tone.
But the condition that it's not visible is, yeah, obviously, if it's visible, we have a problem and we have to
So-
put more in.
What about, I'm just curious, the water,
If you go back to one of the upper pictures, you can see where the other house is, and you can't see it from there because the grade changes. I know, Abby, I was watching the selectmen's meeting last week or 2 weeks ago where you were anti
No,
all pools.
Linda, don't.
So I'm
go-
really
please don't
worried
go
about
down
this
that
being
road.
pre-prejudiced.
Linda, don't go down.
Oh,
that
no,
road.
no, it's not.
I will
It has
eventually.
nothing to do with that.
Are you talking about?
Everyone, please, through the chair, even
Thank
the
you.
membership.
Thanks.
This is
Thank
getting
you,
a
Stephen.
little wacky.
So if you go back up a little bit higher, you'll see the picture from the water. Fortunately, we have drone pictures. One of those, I believe, yeah, there's the drone picture, but I'm up above, about 30 feet above the water. So if you're down at water level, you cannot see the pool. And there are pools up and down this road, which are a little bit more visible, but we've left a lot of the vegetation because we can't touch it. We're also in the Concom jurisdiction up to the house.
Was it you who asked the question about the visibility from the water?
Yes.
Okay. And does that,
Well, this is
Help.
the picture when I looked at it, what made me concerned. And also the circle that
Oh,
was
really?
on one of the photographs just made me concerned. And the vegetation out there is very low. It's very open and so that's my concern. It's, I have a right to voice it, so.
yeah, okay.
So I have a question.
Yes,
Mr.
Stephen.
Chair, through you.
Mm.
Linda, where is the pool located in this? I presume it's on the other side of the house?
Yep.
Between this house and the one in the background directly behind it?
This picture was taken before that one directly
Right.
behind it was moved across the street.
The other house is closer.
And that's much taller than our
Okay, so
house.
but the pool is behind this house?
Yes, and in behind the other one. So it's
Okay,
in
I just-
between the two.
Thank you. I just want a clear understanding of where it's proposed. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments on this application? And that question, my question is addressed to the regular board. What do we think?
My only comment would be, I guess, following up a little late, 2 seconds, is that the screening material should be indigenous plant material.
Absolutely.
It shouldn't be.
Okay, so that's going to be somewhat, that'll be an addition onto the normal verbiage that we have, okay? So can I have a motion of some kind on this?
Motion approved, pool not to be visible at time of inspection, and thereafter screened with indigenous plant materials. Pool to have no grade change from existing or as noted on the original application.
Very good.
Yep, got it.
Thank you. Let's see, on Stephen's motion, Val?
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Nay.
Okay, Diane?
I am an A.
Okay, Stephen,
I'm an A.
you're a
I'm an
nay?
I.
An aye,
A.
okay, and I'm an aye. So that motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Okay, views. I don't know what that means, but well, view would imply that there was a board already established on this, correct?
Yeah.
So
Or,
what,
well, no,
what's
sometimes staff,
the board?
we used to do where staff would
Oh,
suggest a view.
okay.
Esme, can you,
I viewed and took picture.
was this a view established as a request of the
Right.
commission, or was it? Okay, do you happen to know who the? Thank you.
I was
Sorry,
the
I'm
one
just
that asked
trying to
for
get
it.
this. Who asked it?
Hang on. Right, who's the board? Oh, you're chairing.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
can you read that one more time?
Welch, Coons, Camp, Oliver, Thornwell.
so
And
you're
any
down, you're
alternates?
down 1.
No alternates.
Okay, so, Tobias?
I'm right here,
Oh,
Mr.
there you
Welch.
are. Sorry, I'm
He's
looking
too
out there in
tall.
the distance. You're standing, you're hovering over us.
No worries.
You've got a 4-person board. You want to proceed?
I think it's fine.
Okay,
Pretty
fine. So your
straightforward
board
application.
is as stated,
Yes, please do.
me, Diane, Abby, and Val. And give us a moment to get set up.
Yep.
And can we go to the site plan, please?
They're all the same. I just wanted everybody to know.
Oh, I see.
Okay, Tobias,
Similar.
you're up.
Yep. Thank you, I guess, Chairman Welch, members of the HDC. This project is located out at 15 Burnell. The driveway to this property is on Sunset Ridge. The building was constructed around in the 80s. It has a wood roof. We have limited the solar to just the porches, so it is not on the main mass of the building. And the solar will be on the side facing Burnell. There's a large amount of screening facing Burnell, and then on the southern side of the structure. So nothing facing the street, and it is on a low porch.
Okay, thank you. Holly, do you have anything on this?
I don't,
You're the
Mr. Chair,
sponsor, okay.
but I think we do have another photo that we received.
And that is perhaps this one?
Yeah, yes,
Okay, and this is submitted by whom?
me.
Okay, so this is,
on
do you have a
my
copy
views.
of this?
I
Would you
do.
like a copy?
Sure.
Okay. So we'll enter into the record a submission by Commissioner Oliver. Val, this is the rear of the house?
This is the side when you're sitting on Sunset Ridge that's going to have some of the solar.
Okay, but it's the rear of the house?
It's the side.
This is the side of the house.
I got you. Thank you.
And
Okay.
the other side you can't see from Burnell.
Okay. Did you want to comment on the photo before we
No,
begin?
I was out there doing my due diligence and I thought I should take a picture so everybody could understand it can be seen and it's a wood roof, but perhaps in this location, on this application, it's not a concern.
Okay. Can I take that as your
Yeah, I need to-
comments?
Everybody needs to make sure they're using their microphones.
It's on.
They're on. I see
And
green
you're
lights.
not close to it then, because you're really distant.
Please speak into your microphone.
Please, because when we do this, the section from the video, it's going to be really hard if I can't hear you.
Val, would you just re-summarize those for
I
Terry?
just said I was out doing the view and looking at things for the meeting, and I thought I should take a picture for those who couldn't get out there. It's plainly seen from Sunset Ridge, from the road, nothing from Burnell, and it is on the lower portion of the roof. And I said, maybe it's a concern, maybe it's not. We'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
I'm on the fence about this. I worry about the view from Burnell Street, even though there is a hedge there. It's on, it is on the porch height going back up on a hip. And then the other one is as seen from Sunset Hill. I think it's visible. And I mean, not that it's a bad thing, it's just that it's not really our guidelines. So I want to hear what other people say.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Diane, would you like to go?
Sure. Thank you, Stephen. If it could be protected, I think it sort of flings in the face of our guidelines because it's absolutely visible on a wood roof. I don't know whether it would help to put the hedge up higher so it broke it up like it is to the right where it blocks off those windows very well. But I sort of hate to blow our guidelines quite so much. I'd like to see them try and do it the other way because I think solar is very good and I'm for it, but not when it sort of contradicts everything we picked out. So I'm questionable also.
Okay, and I think where I'm on this is with Val. So Tobias, that puts you in.
I just have one more comment.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chairman Welch. Which is that I forgot to mention, we did include a letter as well from the neighbor across the street that is supportive of the project. I don't know if that weighs so much, but you know, the homeowner did go through the effort to reach out to the neighbors, and the neighbor said, hey, this is a nice thing. So I just wanted to mention that. Also, the hedge, as you mentioned, where there is that kind of that low spot, that is a new hedge, so it is growing up. You know, the hedge, you know, you can see a little gap, and so that is a new hedge and is up and coming. So it's not, you know, I think in the future it will be screened more, and that's why we've kept it on the low mast. So I'm not trying to say it's not visible. I recognize that it's visible, but it's only from one point on that side street that you see it. It's not from, you know, it's not like the whole area from the street you see it from. So thank you, Mr. Welch.
Okay. I think the mitigating factors is it doesn't actually face, you don't really have a primary front that faces the street, if I'm looking at this correctly. So your front door faces the lot, the neighbor. Yeah, I still think we're, you know, reading the room, we're at maybe an impasse here at 2-on-2. Would you like to perhaps consider this with your client and then see if the other commissioner wants to mull it in with her opinion? I'm not suggesting it'll be favorable or disfavorable, but it gives you an option.
So,
Carrie Thornwell is.
Yeah, so would that be, you know, in a future meeting, Mr. Welch?
Yeah, so we would hold for additional information, give you a chance to consult with your client, and you would want to very politely request of Esme to reach out to Carrie Thornwell to mull it in.
Lovely, thank you so much. Yeah, and I don't, that sounds very reasonable, Mr. Welch, and I don't want to put anybody on the fence. So thank you very much.
I'll make a motion to hold for more, not information, but.
Okay.
I don't think we'll change the application much, but.
Fair enough. On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Your chair, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now we're to new business of August 30th, 2022. First up, 20 Vesper Lane, replace fence. Anybody? Oh, okay.
I'm gonna sit off this.
Okay, let's see, rotation brings us back to Jesse, I believe. Jesse, yeah.
I'm digital. Thank you.
This is otherwise known as Gowan Village. It's pronounced many different ways, but it's Gowan Village. We have Carlos Souza here, who is the clerk of the works for the federal government, because this is federal property. It's all one lot. The road that goes into it through the counseling center is not a publicly traveled way. It is an easement. for access. So the visibility from, which I just handed you, from Vesper Lane is what you see. Now, on that map, we could split this up. The yellow are existing 6-foot fences. And we could have done that by like kind. It's obviously not in the old historic district. But he felt that when he put the initial application in, he felt that it was important to put the whole thing in so you could see the whole thing. The red is currently 4-foot fence. They want to raise that for security purposes to match the 6-foot fence. And the split rail across Vesper Lane, which you have a picture of in there, is remaining. So the 6-foot fences would basically be to the rears of all of the units, as well as down the sides, but nothing right on Vesper Lane. So I've given you some close-ups of the type of fence. It is a 6-inch natural to weather vertical board fence. Nothing fancy. The federal government didn't do anything fancy 50 years ago, but there you go. And if you'd have any more specific questions, you can ask Carlos. But the issue with the federal government is the federal government seems to think that they are exempt from HDC, but because this is all hardscape, we felt it was a much better idea to come in with a hardscape. And they're rebuilding the patios, but the patios are there.
Right.
I'm not arguing with the federal government. We just brought it in because it was the better part of valor to bring it in.
Better part of valor, exactly. And that, as far as I know, that is correct, because we've done work out at the airport. And yeah, it's our board is an advisory board when it comes to federal projects. Anyway, thanks, Linda. Do you have anything you want to add?
No, Linda was very clear. It's nice to meet everybody. The federal government obviously could pull the federal card. We didn't think it was in the best interest. They want to be good neighbors. I don't know if you've been by the project, but I think it's quite an improvement. All the units have been upgraded, and we're hoping to match the upgrade in appearance and aesthetics in the community by also adding a new fence. The idea is the footprint. I don't know if Linda had mentioned it, but the footprint is staying exactly as it exists. And really, just to kind of simplify the request is we're just lifting the 4-foot sections to match the existing 6-foot section. So in terms of aesthetics, that's the only difference. But like I said, the footprint and everything else is going to remain as is, including the appearance. It's a 5 3/4-inch plank fencing that is there now, and the new fence is going to be similar, as close as possible to the existing.
Okay. Thank you.
They have some interesting, that picture right there shows it. Some of mine show it as well. They didn't step fences down when the grade changed. They just cut it and stuck it there.
Okay. Let's see. So Val, you're off of this, and Jesse, you are on. So comments from the board.
Well, just curiosity, what's the security between a 4 and a 6-foot fence? What's the security concern?
Federal government, partially, but I'm sure you can speak to it.
I think it's because, these are temporary housing units, mostly 2-year periods. So there's going to be a lot of transient occupants, tenants, which is common for the Coast Guard. They get reassigned, I believe, every 2 years. Some stay longer. And so because of the difference in families, so it's not an established family that's going to stay for 20 years.
So it's more of a privacy than security.
And,
Most of them, a lot of them have kids as well.
So you could be essentially there and next door. Most of these are duplex with the exception of one unit. They want to maintain that privacy for individual families, because you might need to move in next month and they'll be there for 6 months, and then you have somebody move, etc.
Yeah.
And they're trying to, assign more families into the village and make it a family oriented versus a single or a bunch of single, cadets coming in and being together. So.
And this is not atypical for other Coast Guard housing. It's quite standard to have these units separated.
That's correct, yes.
But-
Can we
Could I
scroll?
ask a
No,
question?
Diane, hang on. Jesse has the floor right now.
If you may,
Oh.
can we scroll back down to the site plan? And, all right, so there, where's Vesper?
Vesper
Up at
is
the
a
top.
north,
Right there, okay.
yep, right across from the hospital.
Yeah.
Hospital has a 6-foot fence on the road.
All right, yeah, I'm okay with it. It's not like we have much, you know. I mean, if anything, it would be keep the 4 friends along Vesper Lane, but I think,
Mm-mm.
no,
It's
Well,
gonna
we're
be-
keeping the
What?
split rail, Jesse.
no, I'm saying keep it at 4.
Yeah, no, the proposed is go from 4 to 6.
The
Just
red
to
is
be
going to
clear.
6, the yellow is already 6.
Okay,
Right, no, I
Well,
understand.
I mean, to put it all in a nutshell, everything would be 6.
Right.
Yeah.
No
Correct.
4.
Yes.
Correct.
I think where it might be a little, what we'll call intrusive is just that along the vertical line of Vesper. But yeah, in those areas where that's 4 would turn to 6 and create some kind of wall. But again, I think I really appreciate you guys coming in here and giving us a chance to look at it, and I'm okay with it.
Okay, Jesse, thank you. Diane, I know you've been wanting to talk, so go ahead.
that's all. I wondered, the red is new,
No, the red is the new existing 4-foot, Diane, and
okay,
that red is going to 6 feet. The yellow is the existing 6 feet.
yeah. Well, I used to be the mailman there a long time ago. And in your picture, the first picture where it shows the 4-foot fence and the 6-foot fence, would your federal government be willing to look at that first picture back where you had those 2 fences, the 6-foot fence and then the 4-foot fence coming up to it? One more. I have no problem with the
There it is.
4-foot.
That's inside the lot, by the way. It's
Okay,
sort of
let-
towards
let
the back.
Diane- Go ahead, Diane.
Here, there it is, the 6-foot fence. Look over to the left, and I know it's right. It's not the picture. See how the fence sort of bends up because the land bends up? They were very informal when they put up that fence.
Mhm.
And I wouldn't have any problem with it, but I would like it to look like a Nantucket fence if they would possibly consider doing that. And follow along in a straight line, not following the contours of the land. Because it looks like it was sort of junked together. And if the people are going to live there, they should be somewhat proud of where they live. And we're going to the point of raising it 6 foot. Could one consider a 5-in-1? Which would give it some continuity with the regular fences around, or not?
It's a bid issue, Diane, and it's a standard fence. I don't think they would expend double to get the 5-in-1.
Okay. Do you think they would make them go and not see how that follows the land by bending up? And do you think they would possibly do it the way we do fences and dropping it off?
Yeah, they've already said that because that particular intersection, Diane, is from the 4-foot to the 6-foot, and they just took a Sawzall and cut it off. So that 4-foot fence would become 6 feet and they would meet the way they normally meet.
Okay, that's good. And they would follow in a straight line, not
Yeah.
undulate.
Yep.
Okay.
If they
well,
have
that's
to
fine.
step down, if they have to step, Diane, they'll do the
Yeah.
normal step down
Yeah.
1 foot type of thing. They'll follow that.
It's just if you're going to the trouble to make a place look nice, it could use that, and I think it's good otherwise. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love Uncle Sam as much as the next gal, but I think there is a little pushback here. This is a federally funded project. Subsequent to that, it's subject to Section 106. I'm not suggesting that it rise to that level of a review. I think the accommodation in my mind would be that along Vesper, the fences are pulled back where they touch the corners of the Vesper side facade a couple of feet, which is more consistent with our guidelines for a taller fence. It comes up typically to the middle, can come up to the middle of the house or a jog.
As opposed to the front corner.
Yeah,
with
come back a
respect to
couple
that.
feet. I think that on the inside road, if it was a foot in as opposed to two, it would be a nod. It will be a place for people to get out of their car and walk past. So it's got a functional aspect to it. Otherwise, you're going to get out. Can we go to the site plan, please? And zoom in, take it up 3 clicks. So if you pick, I don't know.
Unit B1,
Yeah,
2,
like
is that the one up in?
The front left there?
So you take that back a foot, you're gonna have a little more room to walk through. You got 2 cars, you don't have to come out around.
Well, I
the
see,
road.
so.
Are
all
those,
the way around.
Stephen, those are on the inside easement area, not visible from Vesper? I was more concerned about the one up there where that arrow is, right there. I'm pulling that one back.
So just to be clear through you, Mr. Chair, when you say the inside easement area, you're saying that's not a publicly
No,
traveled
it's all
way?
one lot, actually.
Okay, so then I would reserve my comments to the Vesper Lane and suggest that those get pulled in towards what would be the rear of the home from Vesper, 2 feet parallel to Vesper.
At 6 feet or at 4?
6.
I think 6 is all right if it's pulled back.
So you
And-
want to go, Jay, Steve, you want it to go all the way back to the corner or halfway down that side?
If you could come halfway down the side, better yet.
Okay.
The other comment I would have on those, and actually any section facing even the private easement, is just a little bit of vining material. It's cheap. It'll, climbing hydrangea are perfect for this type of thing. They don't damage the fence. It'll soften it up with green. We typically require 1 per every other section. You don't really have that many long sections in a row. You probably get away with maybe 10 plants in here. It'll make a huge difference.
I'll convey that to my counterparts.
And
I'm
tell-
sure that's not going to be an issue.
Okay. Tell Uncle Sam I said hello.
I will tell Uncle Sam. He hasn't responded to my request yet. I'll do that.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Abby.
I like Stephen's idea of bringing the fence back to the back of the building like it is on the far right
Well,
one.
he
that
said
wasn't
halfway
the-
down the
yeah.
side.
Stephen
Well-
said 2 feet back, then
All right, well, I was just, I already sort of screwed around with this, but yeah, I was thinking that the back, and I would, because it is sort of it's still a residential area, even though it's right across from the hospital. I think 4 feet is a little more, neighborly, just along Vestal, and then the back of the property, I would do 6 feet.
okay.
I suggest you take a look at the photos that I sent you. In between those two on the right is pretty densely packed on the right, and in between there are
Can I
trees
go?
and stuff.
Can I go? Linda,
Yep,
is it okay if I go?
yep.
Can
I'm
I
just writing
speak?
it down.
Thank
The
you.
floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. I think that given that this is federal land and all that, and, the reach of our jurisdiction here locally, I think that if the applicant is willing to concede the 2-foot move back or more, which I understand is on the table as well, with respect to the Vesper Lane units, and that would affect 2 units. The third one is already at the back. That's, I think, as good as this is going to get for us as an advisory. So those are my comments. Should we move this in some way?
All right, just to be clear, it's the one, the entrance is up there. It's the one to the right of the entrance and that left unit all the way to the left.
Yeah.
Okay,
This
Yep.
already taken care of.
Yep.
Labeled B2, K1, and K2.
yeah. And so there's 3 sections that move back.
Those 3 sections would move back.
I can
So the
represent.
motion is, forgive me, the motion is to approve through staff with fence at K2, K1, and 82, or is that a B?
That's a B.
B2.
B2.
And if I
To
could-
be moved towards the rear, a minimum of 2 feet, and some binding material added along any length of fence
No, I called her.
longer than 4 sections. Visible from the tarmac.
From the
Well, from
interior
Vestal,
or
but-
Vesper?
Yeah, interior,
Just
like the
Vesper.
back of the lot, it
Can you
doesn't
make one of those?
make sense. Yeah, I'll mark it up.
And I
Thanks,
can,
Stephen.
I can interject.
Terry, also known as Exhibit A.
Yeah, we're going to do this as an Exhibit A. So let's see, voice or a roll call on this. So on Stephen's motion, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Jesse,
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries.
you.
Very good.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay,
Stephen, you're
good
marking it
night,
up?
thanks. Okay, so now we're to Mariner Way, 2, 4, and 6. Okay.
These are larger copies of what you've done in there.
Yeah, Val, you're back in, right? Yeah. Okay, so regular board, yes.
I don't know if I'm on, I don't think I'm on. You're next. Oh, okay.
Remember which elevation faces?
The other two face now. Okay. I believe we have, I can't see who's up there from here. I believe we have a lot of our guys. I know Blair is here. Who's to the right of that? Yeah, we have some of the guys here, but Blair, if there are any more technical questions, Blair.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, into the mic, Linda.
If
Thanks.
there's any more technical questions, Blair Hines is here.
Okay.
So this is the first house that faces Union Street. And a lot of the details on this are also on 1 Mariner and 3 Mariner. So it's got a more formal front to it. They look a lot larger than they are, but when you look at the footprints and the scale of the ones at 1 and 3 Mariner, this is within that, if not, some of these footprints are smaller. They just look like there's more volume than they really have. The one at 1 Mariner has a roof walk. It has several details that are on this. Their side additions are only set back maybe 2 feet on both 1 and 3. We have made an attempt to move those side additions and minimize them so they're secondary to the front. This, I believe, is 7 feet back. So it became really subordinate. A lot of these changes that we made over the last, reason why you've been holding it is because we met with Holly, and she gave us a list of stuff that would be very advantageous for us to revise, and we've revised almost everything that Holly asked us to revise. And she can speak to that. But this is the first one.
Okay, let's go. Is that it, Linda?
I'm waiting for any questions or concerns. We are in the flood zone as we move back. I believe the other two are higher out of the ground slightly, especially as we move towards the harbor on number 6. The two across from us are fairly high out of the ground, and the ones that back up to Mariner that are closer to the water, but actually off of Washington Street Extension, are much higher out of the ground because then they enter into the velocity zone. And I know we've had discussions with Holly about coastal resiliency and engineering for that, and we've had Paul Santos has been heavily involved in this.
Okay.
And just to elaborate there is a pool in this one, and we are protected. In the old historic district, we are protected because we are protected under RC2 zoning. which allows the pool. So they got perimeter plans for all 3 lots. Now, this pool is actually in the deck.
Let's not go to the pool just yet.
Okay, I just want you to know
Let's
where it
review
is
the
while you're looking at
architecture.
this. It's actually behind that railing in the deck, which is attached to the house, not out in the yard by itself.
What did I just say?
Just wanted you to know what you're looking at there.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Everybody.
He runs the meeting. Huh?
Okay, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is proposed infill within a subdivision within the old historic district. As Linda had indicated, I gave a plethora of comments based on my review. So these actually that you're seeing before you are based on some of those comments that I had and trying to make sure I had any additional comments. But the U-shaped structure is very atypical. I would be remiss if I didn't mention
I'm
that.
sorry, what did you just
The
say?
U-shape
Oh,
of
the
the structure
U-shape.
itself.
Okay, yep.
The proposed additive massing to the left is better. Now it's been dropped back 7 feet 2 inches versus only 2 feet 8
West
inches
elevation, Holly?
off the front facade. Yes,
Okay.
for a better presentation. However, the shed dormers and the additive mass is atypical. Maybe looking at that as something that you typically see, whether it's a double shed dormer or maybe looking at that a little bit differently. It just looks a little choppy. The first revision, or the first rendition had an exterior chimney. Thank you for removing that exterior chimney, very atypical. The front door is also better. The previous rendition actually had side lights to it. So what you're seeing is actually very similar to the infill that you all approved across the street at 1 Mariner Way, where it has a typical mantel shelf and side lights at the top, transom at the top. The roof walk seems to be a little bit better. However, it maybe how this is rendered. It looks like the feet go all the way down. There's no skirt proposed, I don't believe.
No.
Which also is, I think, a similar characteristic of the other infill that was approved at 1 Mariner Way. Staff's recommendation, there should be a 1-story additive mass element. I will point out that one of the other structures on the other side of Mariner Way does have some additive massing at a 1-story level that would be consistent within that infill neighborhood. I do have comments that were received by Mary Bergman from the Nantucket Preservation Trust. This is a infill subdivision within the OHD surrounding by contributing historic structures within the historic district, both obviously national and local. But these were based on the previous application. But this represents comments for all of them that are going to be before you this evening. She says, and I believe I did forward this for the record when we received
No,
it.
we have not seen this.
Okay, well, it's in the file. We received it September 20th, so it was a while. Dear Chairman, Poll, and Commissioners, I'm writing regarding the proposed 3 new dwellings on Mariner Way. We hope the Commission will consider our comments in your evaluation. Most of the concerns relate to the massing and siting of the proposed structures. The irregular U-shaped plan of 2 Mariner Way, not seen anywhere else in the neighborhood. The siting of the garage, a guest house in front of the main house at 4 Mariner Way. Secondary masses that visually dominate the main mass of 6 Mariner Way and the roof walk on the gable forward 6 Mariner Way. This end of Union Street is the gateway to downtown. It is a mix of typical Nantucket houses, small cottages, and Greek Revival homes. And every effort should be made for those new structures to fit harmoniously within the existing setting. Sincerely, Mary Bergman. Before I get my ears chopped off, I do have comments that you all did receive on the application from the HSAG group.
What is that? HSAG?
HSAG. So, Mr. Chair,
I have object to that. So you know that. You saw that coming. But I object to it intensely because they're not legally constituted, and I don't really care what they have to say.
Linda, anybody's able to come into this room and speak their mind on
Individually,
any
yes.
application. Go ahead, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So these are based on the latest revisions that are before you. The subdivision is located on what was once an outskirts of town. The houses are generally small scale on the less formal side. The character should read as a typical Nantucket house or a Quaker style, but definitely not federal or formal Greek revival. This house has the height and scale of a more formal federal style house and should be toned down by reducing the height and scale. The ceiling heights on both floors are proposed as 9 feet. This could be reduced, lowering the height by almost 2 feet. The width of the main mass at 32 feet is also on the grand side and could easily be reduced by shrinking down the massive front entry hall. The U-shaped massing to the rear is highly unusual and not appropriate for the neighborhood. The 2 rear towers surround a recessed courtyard, further deepened by a 5-foot rear overhang of the main mass, creating a very inappropriate negative mass. Other concerns are lacking a chimney, window proportions, French door side lights, and unusual trim board sizes such as 1/12 rake boards. This house, along with 4 and 6 Mariner Way, seem to be redesigned to conform to traditional Nantucket scale, massing and details, keeping in mind the edge of town location and the contextual scale of that area requires. It is clear from the proposed site plan that all 3 houses and garages will have been shoehorned into each lot from setback to setback. To maximize the footprint, this approach will result in a massively overbuilt and out-of-scale development that does not fit into the neighborhood or general character of the Nantucket architecture in general. I will add my comment on top of this, that this are pre-existing conditions, and we all know that the subdivision was already created. Of all 3 of these houses should be reconstructed or reconfigured and significantly scaled down. So those are their comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Can I have one point of order, Mr. Chairman?
No.
Normally, I would go, Diane, I'm not asking you. Normally when HSAB was meeting, a lot of us would go to HSAB, make a presentation, have a discussion, be able to respond. I've never seen those comments. We were not allowed to respond, and a lot of which, as Holly said, was based on the first iteration. And I object to them being entered into record.
HSAG is a stopgap measure that was put in place so that we could continue this. And that is one of the deficiencies, but right now we're just dealing with it. So thank you, Linda. Okay, now it's to the board. And do I have my regular board sitting on this? Believe so. Yeah. All right.
I'll go.
Okay. Did you say you'll go, Diane?
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
my first, because I don't know what it is. What allows them to put a pool in a historic area that doesn't allow pools?
We went to the planning board.
Oh, gosh.
you,
Hey,
Mr.
stop.
Chairman.
Everybody stop. We're not discussing the pool right now. It's the next application.
No, it's
We're
not.
discussing,
The pool is in the house, so it's part of this architecture. It's not
it
out there
could
by
just be a
itself.
deck.
It
I
is
don't-
a deck.
Okay, do you want to mire this discussion down with a pool discussion? 'Cause
No,
we
but
can
she
do
asked
that
how
and
we
be
could
out of
do
here
it.
at 9
What
o'clock.
she asked how we were able to do it is because we've got a perimeter plan protection under
Yeah.
RC2.
We're discussing the architecture of the house, not necessarily the pool. So,
Okay, well, the
go ahead,
pool is the
Diane.
question. The other is the height of the building, which is how tall?
What?
It's 32 feet.
Yes,
Because of the floodplain.
yes.
Well, it shouldn't be 32 feet, whether it's part of the floodplain, not make it a smaller building. I don't think it is, should I have objection to the 2 rocket ships on both sides of the building. This is going into an area which is very informal, part business and part 1.5-story houses there. You have put a 32-foot building in there on a place which I think it is inappropriate to be in that. It should come down, so it's 27 feet at the most. It is no reason, I don't know how tall the rest of your buildings are, but to put 3 32-foot buildings in there. Union Street is still a town in the old historic district street. It is the entrance to the downtown if you're coming from out of town. We should start with more than buildings that are taller than anything else around. And it should be a simpler plan. It should consider the shed dormers on the west elevation. A single dormer perhaps would be better, and drop that building down, put the windows all the way up underneath the eave of the roofs, and you are able then to reduce the length of the building. It's a very formal building. The buildings there aren't so formal. I think that one should think of what you are putting in there. You're making these 3 buildings, as far as I can tell from looking at the previous plans that you had or were on, that this isn't a formal place. It does not keep in the streetscape. It is not part of the streetscape. And I think it should be, being that it is now got however many buildings in there, they should conform to somewhat what they used to be, which was shanties, scallop opening shanties, to a less dignified building. And I would suggest that that happen. The rockets come down, the whole roof comes down, the windows moved up, drop the house by 2 feet, get it certainly under 30 feet. That's it for now. Probably
Okay,
won't be the
Diane.
last time.
Thank you. Val?
Okay, yeah, I wrote some notes when I was looking at these before I saw the HSAG thing. That the front facade does look somewhat traditional, the main facade. So I think that's okay. The side mass, I think, with the double dormers that are flush should be revisited. Perhaps not have a flush dormer. I know that the house across the way has one flush dormer, but we don't want them to all look exactly the same. So I think there may be another solution for that. The north side is very long with the mass that's there, and it only has a 1 foot rebate. So I think that's gonna read as just one big solid line. It looks in drawing like there's some additive massing there, but it's not in fact in real life. The east is very atypical. That's already been said with the little rocket ships. I think what would help is for additive massing to be included, like 3 Mariner Way across the street, 3 and I forget the other one's number.
One and
are
one and
good
one and 3.
examples of buildings that have been put in there that have some additive massing. They all have some one-story elements to them to sort of, mimic traditional town proper. This is, I think, the largest of the 3 in terms of size. And I think scaling it back would be appropriate. And I don't care about the pool. It's between the 2 rockets, but I think it needs to be rethought, the massing in general. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
Yeah, I generally agree with Val's comments. I think for me, the idea is if the 2, I keep hearing rockets, but let's de-rocket. If the 2 of those structures that protrude off the rear, project off the rear, one of them should maybe come down to 1 story. It's just atypical. It doesn't look like additive massing it. And I think part of it is their thin and tall proportions. The other aspect of this is if the program were reworked to, I'm not redesigning, but if you look at the plan view, we have the site plan.
Yeah, I wanted you guys to take a look at that site plan. We inherited these weird lots.
Hang on.
We didn't do them.
Hang on, Stephen, go.
No, I'm not gonna, look, the structures in this area are lot line to lot line, so I'm not gonna get into that. I think that the concept that you've got this the main mast could be deeper, and I think that you could address the additional depth off the back towards the pool with additive massing, like a shed roof on the first floor story on the rear. I think that in this drawing, the uppermost projection off the rear needs to be toned down with respect to height. I agree with Val's comments on the left side, but I really want to re-emphasize there's something very, well, I want to say there's something very different with this site plan and the landscape plan, because the landscape plan shows a much smaller primary mass with respect to its depth from the front of the house to the back where the pool is, the deck. The deck is much larger from the back of the house to the pool in the landscape plan than in the site plan, which led to my comments that it looks like you could beef up your program on the first floor in between the jog.
I think it has a canted second floor.
I don't know.
No.
So those are, I think, to the extent of height. Look, my concern with this, and I'm gonna really start to become a bear on it, nothing on Linda, is these need to be designed to the minimum design flood elevation, which is to say to the design flood elevation. No more, no less.
Paul, we told Paul that, and that's what he did.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Terry, my mic wasn't on, but I think I might have.
Ooh la la.
Oh, bad.
Uh-oh. Thanks, Steve and Abby.
I agree with a lot of what's been said. And when we did the other side of the street, we spent a lot of time, sort of paring it down and trying to make it relevant to Union Street. I think, because because it's right next to Consu Spring, but someone's got to save that building.
Yeah.
But we were coming off of that, and so we worked hard to keep the building down to, a smaller size. So my first thought is that that's a lot of building for that site. And the main mass that's on Union Street, I don't have a problem with, but I think to the left of it, I don't think those second floor dormers work. I think they're drawing too much attention, and I think that side should be whittled down. So yeah, I don't see a lot of additive massing. I think the U shape is pretty atypical. So I would like to just see a more, old Quaker style where you have your main mass and it telescopes back. That would be more appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Agree with, everything that's been said, really. A few things to underscore and a few things to add. One, to Stephen's point earlier about the depth of the deck. Yes, indeed, there is an overhang. There's a first floor deck that's sort of, not that any of us would ever see this, but this was to account for the discrepancy. There is an overhang on the main mass that overhangs the courtyard in the back. So I would be in favor of moving the pool closer back into that so that it's completely not visible. But there are a few other things. We've talked about the main mass. My observations on the main mass are, like a lot of these modular buildings, there's too much space between the head of the first floor windows and the sill of the second floor windows. I'd like to see that reduced by raising the windows on the first floor. The windows in the dormers on the secondary mass, the heads of those windows are actually taller than the windows of the primary mass. So that's not working. So I think
Which one is that, Ray? Are you talking about the left on the west, the addition?
The left on the west, yeah, those window heads are almost a foot higher than the windows. I know why you did it, but it needs to be, or why they did it, and it needs to be fixed somehow, because the windows on the subordinate mass should be same as or less than in terms of the height. Stephen calls them the two rocket ships. Yeah, I like the idea of a single story. It's not so much that they're a courtyard. I find to be less of a problem than the proportions of the gables themselves. Also, I would like to note that, and I don't know where we went with all the rest of the applications down there, but the application is for simulated divided lights in all the windows and fiberglass simulated divided light doors on everything. So is that consistent with what we've approved on the other side of the street? I don't know the answer to that. So those are my comments. What do you
One
say?
last comment.
Yeah, go.
I agree with the observation about both floors not needing to be 9 feet in height.
Yes,
Yeah.
agree.
That would
I
take
do
2
too.
feet away immediately.
Okay, what do you say, folks?
Motion to hold for.
I make a motion to hold for a vision.
Sorry, Stephen beat you to it, but Diane on Stephen's motion. Thank you, Abby.
If that's what he asked for.
Yeah. Diane. Not
Aye.
Diane, Val, sorry. Val.
Aye.
And Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So,
Can we ask that the hardscape track through, Mr. Chair?
yeah, we should really track
Well,
it.
you have the hardscape.
I know, but do you really?
No, there's not much to it. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, but I guess what Stephen's suggesting is,
Don't hear it
there's not much
separately.
to it. Why review it and approve it when we don't have an approved
Yeah,
house?
I mean,
let's
it's
just
fine for the
We'll track that
hardscapes to
just
track.
in order to simplify
Yeah.
things. Okay, great idea. So that was the part of the motion, actually, was hardscape to track.
It was.
Retroactive. Yes. We don't need to go through that.
All right, before we
Now,
open,
let's do 4 Mariners.
before we open 4,
Okay.
we do have 3 on this. Obviously, we have a hardscape.
What?
And we have, which does include a pool that's in the yard.
Yes.
Look at the site plan that's right above you. As I say, these lots were done and protected, and that's a very strangely shaped lot. And in your packets that I
agree.
handed out today, there is a visibility on the front door thing from the road. I think it's one of the last sheets. There wasn't any way to put a main house in that width and get a driveway.
Hey, Linda.
So I just want you to know why it's
Yeah, no,
hierarchy.
no, I appreciate that, but I think we can all see what the issue is there.
Yeah, I just want to address it because
It's,
H. SAG
a
said
seriously
something.
awkwardly shaped lot.
Seriously.
Seriously awkward.
Seriously.
Okay, so let's see, we're going to get some drawings out. In the meantime, I'd love to hear from Holly on this.
Nope. I've already looked at them. I haven't.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, this is a new main, we're on the main dwelling, right? Infill within this newer subdivision within the OHD. Understanding that they're trying to construct structures on an odd shaped lot, looking at how the structure is presented is different. So for instance, it's a shame that the front door won't be seen from Mariner Way. It would be nice to make it more in line with what Building with Nantucket in Mind recommends, to move the front door a little bit closer towards, so right now you can see it all the way to the 4th bay. Here, if you brought it to maybe the 2nd bay, that would be more in line, A, with Building with Nantucket in Mind, B, it would also be more in line with that visual aspect from Mariner Way, because this is, it is more parallel with Mariner Way and perpendicular with Union Street, the way it's cited on this lot. The proposed dwelling should be redesigned and cited with that note. The design does not reflect the appropriate additive massing. The eave forward should be the main mass with appropriate additive massing subordinate to the main mass to the side. If you look at the site plan, that gable is actually forward and proud of the eave side. It's completely, it needs reworking. Make the main block larger was a recommendation that I have. So you can actually eliminate the space that's provided within that gable forward. The exterior chimney is not appropriate in placement and concept, and it should be within the main mass. And then again, my overall comment on this proposal is to reverse the hierarchy of the proposal. And I was trying to.
I think we took that chimney off. I don't
Did
know
you?
what this-
Okay,
yeah.
well, it didn't look like it on these plans from, I think we just received them on the 13th, is what I saw in the file.
They wanted to see if it would go because it's on the backside, but if they're fine with taking it off.
So
Go ahead.
again, I do have comments from HSAG.
Yep.
Due to the unfortunate configuration of this lot, the larger buildable section is to the rear, far removed from the street. The applicant has chosen to set the garage to the front section directly facing Mariner Way. This is a complete contradiction to what is stated in Building with Nantucket in mind. I don't have the page number, but quote, garages were normally set back behind the house, but were occasionally located directly off the street in front of the house. The sighting is generally limited to houses that front on the ocean, resulting in the street side being treated as the rear of the lot. Attached garages should appear as an addition to the house, preferably accessible from side rear, as contiguous farmhouse typical in many parts of New England. This concept is especially important here within the ROH district, where garages should definitely not be prominent. Placing the garage in this location is entirely inappropriate and should not be approved. If the lot configuration is the problem, then reconfiguring lot lines should be considered. There are all still in single ownership, and redrawing line between 4 and 6 could help properties. The house on lot 6 is proposed at an awkward angle relative to the very close neighboring houses, which will result in a chaotic streetscape unlike anywhere in town. The massing of the main house on lot 4 has so many problems, it's hard to know where to begin. The front elevation has completely main masses joined by a connector with a secondary mass pulled forward to the front wall of the main mass. Again, that's how I described. Other issues include all of those mentioned on lot 2, plus an oversized balcony and oddly proportioned front portico. So those are all comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Holly, thanks so much.
One
Board-
quick comment, Mr. Chairman, about that gable forward. We heard what Holly had to say. It has been pulled back and the other one made a little bit farther forward. The reason why they felt that they wanted to try that now is because when the other structure at 6 is built, you will not see 90% of this facade except from the angle coming in from Union. And you will not see that that thing is that far proud of the main mass on the left with the front door. So they figured that it was worth bringing it in because there's no visibility of that section at all once that other house is built.
Okay, it needs to get approved before it gets built.
Yes.
All right. Okay, Linda, thank you. Board members, who wants to start?
I'll go.
Thanks, Val.
I agree with a lot of what's been pointed out, and I had also written unusual massing. I think that's the biggest problem. There's no real hierarchy on this house. So, or additive massing really, with the eave lines all being so tall. So that is a key there. I agree about the small porch over the front door. It seems incongruent with the style house. So maybe remove that. And what else did I write? Well, my other comment was I thought the garage is too big in the location it's in, but we're not reviewing that yet. So that's it for now.
Okay, Val, thanks.
And I surmise that these also have 9-foot ceilings, which can drop.
Probably.
Uh-huh.
But as we move back on these structures, we're getting a little bit higher out of the ground because of the floodplain.
Val, thank you. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, go.
First of all, I know the lot is a peculiar shape, but it doesn't mean you have to build the biggest house in the world to go into it. I think the front door is much too formal for a house Mariner Way. It looks like it was going down on Main Street. I think the shape of the chimney is equally bad. I think that there's no additive massing except a porch roof and a deck, which is not appropriate. This Mariner Way can be seen from the ocean, from the harbor, which I believe is thought to be a public way. Also, Washington Street does not shut down until it becomes the old railroad tracks going over. I think this house is much too formal to go into where it is. It should drop down. It's still the height of whatever, 32 feet. And it needs to be simplified. It does not fit into the streetscape of where it's put. I would like to see it simplified, and the extension to the right on the south elevation is too busy. It has to come down. It's too big a building. You talk about an oddly shaped building lot, but it doesn't have to fill up the whole place. It needs to be reduced in size by a third to bring it down to where it'll fit in and look proper in the location that it has. The windows are what windows we use, 6/6. They look wide enough, but the simplicity of the different areas is too much for what you got. The chimney, as I said, has to be redone, and the house has to be simple. On the back side, on the north elevation, you've got 4 windows, and in the same elevation on the south side, you got 2, 4, 6, and 7 windows and the front door. So it needs more windows, or that whole wing needs to be made smaller. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen?
Yeah, there's a lot that's wrong with it. But at the same time, it is going to be obliterated by the house in front of it if it gets approved. I'm not going to add comments at this point. I think the, kind of sense of the group is established, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, fair enough. Abby?
Well, Linda, I appreciate the main mass looking like a federal home on Union Street. But because you have that sort of oblique angle from the driveway, you might want to flip-flop that front door to the other side. I would do some telescoping again here, and maybe and also bring it back towards the, I guess it would be the north. I mean, going towards town, I would telescope that additive mass going back, so that you create something, so that you create a front yard of sorts that will then look out towards the water. I mean, I think you would, it's a valuable piece of land, and I think you want to see the water. I would sort of move that second mass back and make room for some landscaping between that and the next building.
Good.
I don't want to get into details.
Okay, yeah, I think broad brush strokes at this time is probably a good idea. Okay, a lot of the same stuff you heard on the last one. The front elevation, the south elevation, I agree with Holly and everyone that the front door should migrate to the west, which would be closer to the entry, so that you could actually see it from the road. The space between the head of the first floor windows and the sill of the second floor windows, like I said on the last application, I believe that the windows on the gable forward portion of this to the right of the front door are like way too small.
Which one's right? On the addition?
All 6 windows on the gable piece that's to the right of the front door. And then and same deal.
Right.
I'd like to know about the simulated divided light windows and the fiberglass doors. And then something else caught my attention, which is the rakes in particular, but also the casings seem to be very large, and I thought that was just a drafting error. But then I looked at the application, and it calls for a 1x12 rake, which is huge, like beyond huge. It's supposed to be a 1x8 at the most, and 1x5 casings should be 1x4 casings. So those are kind of the main things for me. So motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Oh, Stephen beat you again. On Stephen's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, next.
Do you want to go over the garage? or-
Yeah, I think we should look at the garage because it is right there, and that's going to be the thing that we're going to see more than anything else.
All right, understand that this is not
Just
your,
tell us it's one story.
it's not a one-story because this is the secondary dwelling. So that's why there's volume on the second floor.
I'm just gonna step out for a second.
There's pizza there, Jesse.
Could smell it. I thought I was hallucinating. Okay, anything to say, Linda?
No, except it is a secondary dwelling, so we have two means of access.
All right.
Inside.
Okay, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this has, they did take in some of my comments into consideration that Linda gave them, but not everything. For instance, I mentioned that the windows in the gable end should be reduced in size. They have done that. I believe the structure height has changed from 26.8 down to 24.10. Again, it is a secondary dwelling. The garage door lights, still not appropriate. The roof over the garage door, not typical, especially with this type of architecture in the vicinity.
Oh, you're talking about the pent roof?
Yes. Appreciate the removal of the stairway window. There was an odd window just floating out on the east, literally floating. Rear balcony, I still feel is too large, understanding that we do have historic precedent of having these little Juliet balconies along the waterfront, and obviously they're doing that to get that visibility, but it is a little too large. Also note that the plans show a base flood elevation of 8 feet. A little concerned and confused on that. Obviously, some of these structures are going to need to be elevated. They all need to be comply with Resilient Nantucket Chapter 11 for new construction, and any structure that's being elevated should obviously be clearly identified on the plans of what the base floor elevation is and the design floor flood elevation. It should be consistent with the certificate, elevation certificate. My concern on is how a garage is supposed to be elevated, meeting flood, if how that's all going to work, and if they're
Garage doesn't need to be
Garage itself
elevated.
doesn't need-
correct.
Right.
Yeah.
There's
I
also-
already went through Paul Santos because there was a concern about that, the way it rendered. And Paul okayed this particular rendering.
Okay, Linda, hang on.
Through
But
Mr.
again,
Chair.
yeah.
There's also it's easily misperceived given this is not our typical way of labeling elevations. So what they've done is they've labeled the grade relative to sea level. So your grade your base flood elevation is 8 feet, but it's 2 feet above the existing grade at the front of the garage. So it's very confusing if you're looking at this.
I've said that to them.
So I just wanted to point that out.
Okay,
It's-
thanks, Stephen. Holly, had you finished? No.
I did, I believe I do have, no, I don't. Do I have comments on that?
I think they mentioned it in the first one.
Yeah, I did. Overall, the HSAG group did have concerns again about having this placed in front of understanding overall the design of the lot. That's something that the applicant has not done and has that to deal with, but that is duly noted, and I agree. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thanks, Val.
I think if they need a guest house, they'd be better off to just do a simple guest house and maybe a little separate garage or an attached garage. This is too out of scale for the house behind it, and for all of the other reasons that were already mentioned, it's inappropriate. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Also,
Thank you, Diane. Go ahead.
if this is a garage, I thought we didn't lift the garage for anything. I thought whether it was flooded or not, it stayed in at the original height. It doesn't look like a garage, it's like a guest house, and it's labeled a garage. The deck over the north elevation is too large, inappropriate for a garage. And you've got 2 doors on the east elevation. For what reason?
What was that, Diane?
The 2 doors on the first floor of the east elevation.
Those are for egress, 2 means of egress to the garage apartment.
Where you have an outside.
No, we don't have an outside stair. We took it off. Holly didn't feel that was appropriate. So we moved the 2 means of egress inside.
Thanks, Linda. Continue, Diane. Diane?
Well, I haven't seen it done that way before, so it doesn't look appropriate to me at all. And the east elevation is facing the water, wherever you can see it or not. It's either a garage or a guest house, but it can't be both. And that's what it's trying to do, and it's failing as both. You don't need a deck up on the second floor, except to an ocean and call it a guest house. But a second floor deck of that size on the second floor garage is not where it should be. So that's what I think. The windows, maybe it's just a draft. I can't read quite what the name is. Maybe it's either 2 or whatever, but it is. It would have to be changed to the proper size glass pane. So that's it to begin with.
Thank you. Abby?
So I would bring the sides of this building in 2 feet on either side, making the pitch steeper. And then I would relook at 3 windows that might go down to 2. I think the garage doors should be simplified. I think if you just compacted it a little bit, it would read. Right now, it just looks a little boxy and wide. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Abby. So staying on the south elevation, which of course is the one that everyone's going to see, and that's
Did Steve go, or I didn't get Steve's comments?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, sorry.
Smaller.
There it is.
There it is.
Okay, so
Yeah.
on the south elevation, if we move the garage doors over to the left and put the people door in on that side as opposed to the other side, I think it would humanize this building a little bit.
But you put the
but-
people door on the south elevation?
Yeah, because right now it feels like beyond generic. It's like
Okay.
the garage door centered. The garage doors, by the way, are like as far from Nantucket as you can possibly get. The 3 teeny tiny little windows on the second floor, I think they should be reinvestigated, and I believe there should be a gable end window. All efforts to try and humanize what is right now a very, very generic looking building. I think I'll leave it at that for now. But I want to say this on every application: no 1x12 rakes.
Got it.
That's going to be a comment I have across the board, and I do want to find out about the fiberglass door thing in general. Those are my comments. Can we have a motion on this one?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, so on Stephen's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane. Diane?
She's not muted.
I,
Yeah, she's losing,
I'm not muted. I'm saying aye.
yeah, I think you might be losing bandwidth though. Stephen, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. Okay, so that was the garage. Can we let pool and hardscape to track on this one?
So
Yep.
moved.
Thank you.
Aye.
Yeah. Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion, and I'm in favor. Okay, now 6 Mariner new dwelling.
And this, because it's so narrow, this is the one that does run across, and we have to stay out of the 50 and 100 on this one, which is why it's up where it is and not further to the east. That's a Concom thing.
It would help your case if you did show the 50-foot line.
I believe on the site plan from
Maybe so.
Paul, it
I haven't
does show
gotten
it.
there yet. Yeah, it shows.
Because that whole back of the lot is wetlands and we can't touch it.
Okay. All right. Anything to say on this one, Linda, other than what you already have?
No, but, we've got that point on the 1x4 and 1x8 instead of the others ones they have, so we don't have to repeat that. And the SDLs and the fiberglass, that's carried through the whole thing.
Oh, Holly, sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this infill, again, within the OHD, the new subdivision, the siting of this building could be done a little bit better within the required setbacks and wetland buffers to allow the structure to site 90 degrees to the road. The flanking additive masses need to drop significantly. If a roof walk is desired, the building should be oriented eave forward, not gable forward. I'm not sure of examples, but I understand there's precedent of that. I would love to see those. I would recommend to drop the eaves off the odd wall connector and the right side additive mass and fix the roof walk placement. Remove the exterior chimney and place it appropriately next to the roof walk. Or
There is no
within-
chimney.
Oh, well, okay, I guess there was, maybe.
Yeah, we took
Okay,
those
we
off
Took that
because
off,
of- yeah.
okay. And then on that note, with no chimney, typically you have a roof walk with a chimney. They kind of go hand in hand. So if you're gonna have one, you should probably have another, even if it's faux. But drop the eave is my
Yes.
comment. And then the front door, I think that was revised.
Yeah.
But again, overall, if you look at where it's placed on the site, it's skewed. It should be more, it should be more 90 degrees. It could do that if you drop those additive massing and square it up. Right now, it's an odd entrance to it. So those are my comments. And I do have some HSAG comments to provide. The proposed siting of this house is severe angle to those of the rest of the subdivision, creating a very chaotic streetscape. This house needs to align with the others or only be slightly skewed. Significant changes would need to be made, starting with the lot layout, in order to enable appropriately scaled houses with approximately placed outbuildings in back. For this building, the massing and formality need major adjustments to fit into the context of this section of town. The gable forward approach is probably not appropriate here, especially at this scale. This house, along with other two properties, need to be significantly scaled down to fit within the context of the neighborhood. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
And just to look at the site plan behind you again one more time, it is straight to that section of the road. If we turned it to be parallel to the road on that side, we'd be all over the 50 and 100. There's no way out, because you can't
Smaller
twist it that
building.
far. So it's a kind of a strange thing to have to deal with.
Okay. Thanks. Who would like to begin on this one?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
I'll go.
Val's
I'll
got
begin.
it. Yeah, I'll get you next, Diane. Thanks.
I'll start with the south. I think, well, the massing is very atypical, with all the eave lines being more or less second floor and all different heights, so I feel like it makes it chaotic looking. It almost looks like a hotel with all the windows as well. I agree with no gable forward. I think that it doesn't need a roof walk if it stays in this particular setup. Lowering the pitch and making the buildings, more common to what we have in town. It's a pit, these pitches are higher than what you typically see on the older buildings. The little balcony on the rear is, oh no, I don't even know what that's supposed to represent.
That's where Juliet stands.
Yeah, right.
Calls out for
And that's
her
like the
room.
ones all the
But
way
it looks
around
like
it.
it's floating because it's
Yeah.
not connected to anything. So then, just in general, I'd like to say that I think we need to think about simple forms with discrete individuality. The houses should sit side by side quietly with its existing neighbors and blend into the existing fabric of the townscape in this area.
Thank you, Val. Okay, Diane, you asked, right? I think she did.
Right, I think I told that we have to have this size building, so we should prop it out there whatever way. I think that we should be looking at it to find a house that will fit into what is there, not to fit there around the house. This house is too big for the area. I agree with everything that Val said. Simplify it, put it the way it was, whether you're in the 50, stay out of the 50 feet. Make the house smaller. You can't just build a 2,000 square foot house if it doesn't fit, and this doesn't fit. So they have no right to destroy the beginning of Union Street, because this is the very beginning as you go into town. It needs to conform with the houses that are around it and the size that it's supposed to be in the area. It has to be simplified. It's got more windows. It does look like a hotel or whatever. I don't know whether these are being built to rent in the summer or what. I believe there's a pool considered. No, not on Route. We didn't look at the pool on Route 4 or
We didn't.
on Mariner Way 4. I hope we're coming back to that. It needs to be simplified. It needs to be straightened out, make the house smaller. Houses should not overstretch the area they're in. So
Okay.
that's what I think.
All right, Diane, thank you. Stephen?
Linda, what zone is this? RC2?
It's protected under RC2,
What's your minimum lot size?
5,000 square feet, which is what NIR got approved.
So I think this structure needs to be simpler. I think overall, you've gotten significant feedback on major, almost thoughtful redesigns on all the structures. Honestly, think more lots, smaller lots, homes that are in keeping with the size of the structure on the corner of Cantu Springs. Smaller, simple, and I won't say that it's HDC related, but equally as expensive structures is going to be much more in keeping with this area. You could easily put 4 lots in there. Well, not easily, but you could. I just do it out. You get your driveway on that back lot, you're good to go. And these buildings could be smaller and you could still do a lot. I'm just mentioning it because of the amount of redesign that's been discussed. I'm just throwing it out there.
You can't get 4 lots.
This one is just simpler. Thank you.
Was that the comment on this application? Simpler, okay. Abby? Abby.
I agree. As we're going down the road towards the marshes, I think it should be less formal, which means the rake, if you're gonna keep that gable forward, I'd like to see those simpler lines. Right now, that looks very prominent. I think the main mast is too wide, and I think the side massings should be brought down. I think the 6-light window up in the eave there, but you may change this to the other way around. If you don't, if you keep it this way, I would just make that a 4-light up there. But just talking about the main mast, I think it should just be condensed. And I don't mind its orientation on the road like that. I think it's actually the better way to do it if this is the way you're going. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. So I got some thoughts on this front, the south elevation. If it went to an eave forward, I think the roof walk would be more palatable and it would be more in keeping. I appreciate this little hyphen that you put in to the right. I understand why they did it, to break off that secondary mass. But if that hyphen just went away and you had main gable and then you drop down to another gable facing also parallel to the road, there was a 1.5 stories as opposed to 2-story, which you're showing here, you've just really, really simplified
So run the eaves the same direction parallel to the road?
both. Yeah.
Would
So you
you,
have main mass, 2-story,
Yep.
you have subordinate mass to the right of that, that's 1.5 stories.
would you be okay with dormers over there?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm suggesting.
Okay.
1.5 stories as opposed to a 2-story addition. And then it's much cleaner and we don't have 3 little bits and pieces on a necklace. We just have a
Two
main mass
pieces.
and we have a side mass that comes into the side of that. And then, the same stuff that I said on all the other applications about the size of the rake, et cetera, still apply on this. Okay, can we have a motion on this?
Just one more comment on that pool. This pool has also been moved out of the 50 and into the deck, which is attached to the
Well, I
back of
think
the
what we're
house.
gonna do is we're gonna, this.
You're gonna,
this-
it's part of the house. I just want you to understand that. It's not a
Okay.
separate
All right,
application.
well, once we get more closer on the actual design of the house, I think we'll wrap the pool discussion into that.
The only one that's freestanding is number 4 because it's so far back there.
Got it, understood.
Motion to hold for revisions
Okay.
and the hardscape to track.
Thanks so much for that motion. Okay, on Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
great. Diane?
I think she's frozen up there.
Aye,
Thanks, Diane. Stephen, on your motion.
aye.
Yeah, got it.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
I'd like to suggest a 10-minute break. Have some pizza
pizza did come, yeah.
and then reconvene.
I dig that. Okay. Stephen on the motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so that's that.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I thought.
We'll take it up in 10 minutes with the 9:13 new business. Okay.
Stephen,
Diane.
I feel guilty about it.
Go get the better. He's gonna go get.
Yeah. Ooh, let's see what we got.
They don't need to be so stuck.
Not food or flowers, even though those are also nice gestures. Instead, they're asking you to donate to the June McGuire Health Education Fund in conjunction with the Boston Foundation. They say it will help to continue her legacy of making Boston a better place. Reporting at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, I'm Courtney Cole for WBZ News. Breaking news, Haverhill Public Schools just announced that school will be canceled again tomorrow as a teacher's strike continues. The union has just called a 7 p.m. press conference. It appears the teachers are ready to defy a judge's order to end the strike immediately.
The teachers told WBZ's Christina Hager that there is no way that's going to happen until they get a new deal.
Making noise from Haverhill High and through the streets of their city. Ending with a rally at City Hall. For a second day, the Haverhill teacher strike means some 8,000 students are out of class. Hearing on preliminary injunction, while in Newburyport Court,
Preliminary injunction today.
an Essex County judge issued a preliminary injunction calling on teachers to immediately end their strike and go back to work.
We will never stop marching. We will never stop fighting until the battle is done.
But teachers are riled up and backed by unions, insisting there are no plans to follow the judge's order unless there's an agreement on a contract they can work with.
I don't believe that's setting a good example to thumb your nose at the law.
Paul Magliachetti negotiates for the other side, the Haverhill School Committee.
It's a big package.
Not enough, say teachers, looking for not only higher pay, but also a more diverse staff and safety protections.
My son has autism.
We caught up with Haverhill mom Kelly Hockman on location at her work, thinking about her kids in daycare, especially her son, who needs extra support.
It's absolutely paramount that the school committee and the mayor come to the table and they get it done.
All this while negotiations continue, and the judge said if those striking continue with this for a third day, they will have to face contempt of court charges. In Haverhill, Christina Hager, WBZ News.
To your next weather now, the drenching rain has moved out, sun taking its place, but cooler air, Eric, is about to sweep in too. Yeah, nice shift from the frost on the pumpkin here as we make our way overnight. Today sometimes it's 70. Beautiful evening, but that cold front is moving offshore. And take a look at the temperatures to our west. Not often we show you Boston as one of the warmest spots in the east. It's usually the opposite, but sometimes it's hovering around 40. There's a pretty big cold shot out there. And tonight we'll see temperatures falling back into the lower and middle 30s for a lot of the interior spots away from the coastline, away from the cities, is where we'll have that frost potential tonight and again tomorrow night with very similar temperatures there. So in terms of frost versus freeze, this is slight and patching stuff. It's not a hard killing freeze, but if you still have plants in those locations, but you want to keep going and they don't like temperatures below 40, you want to cover them up or bring them inside over the next couple of nights. You can also water a little bit more heavily, or of course you can add a little bit more mulch to give them some more insulation. Let's take a deeper look at the forecast when things warm up again. Coming up, David. All right, Eric, we'll see you in a few minutes. New here at 6 o'clock, you have probably seen the headlines by now, which claim that Boston University created a new COVID strain that has an 80% kill rate. Well, the school is making it clear tonight that it's not true, and the school is pushing back, emphasizing that the virus its researchers made is actually WBC's Paul Evans here now to break this all down for us. Paul?
David, a couple of things to take note of here. The school says these reports are sensationalized and taken out of context. And we actually covered the story back in 2020 when BU first got the live coronavirus sample from the first patient in Washington state. Now, at the time, researchers were trying to develop a vaccine. In this new setting, researchers in the lab created a new virus. Now, they used that original COVID strain from Wuhan and crossed it with the Omicron variant. Here's where things get tricky. Researchers found that their new strain killed 80% of mice compared to 100% of the mice killed that were given the original strain. Infectious disease expert from Brigham Women's Hospital, who says these findings are important.
What these results show is that it isn't that other parts of the virus that make Omicron less virulent than the antigen. It's not the spike protein itself. So it's not like they made this monster virus. That's a complete misinterpretation.
In a statement, Boston University emphasized this research is not gain-of-function research, meaning it did not amplify the Washington state virus strain or make it more dangerous. In a statement, diseases says the lab did not follow the study with them, which they said it would do because it was government-funded research. But the university tells us they were not required to do that for this.
Hi, Dan. How are you?
How are you? Tonight, police are investigating what caused the crash that killed a 16-year-old.
I just tired. Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
I have four, no more.
I'm on the wrong page here. What the heck? Okay. 4 Pittman Road. Anybody to rep 4 Pittman?
Yes, I'm Liza Phillips, the owner of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Good
Now,
evening.
hi there. Before we get started, I just want to say who your board is. Diane's still on, right?
Yes.
She's muted.
Okay. So where are we in the rotation? Can you guys remind me? Connie, is it you?
I think it is. Is it me? I don't know.
Connie. It'll be you. Okay, so Connie's, Steven's off, Connie's on. Here we go. All right, so tell us about your shed.
Okay, well, this shed is simply a shed for my garden furniture, my grill, my bicycle. Currently, there is no such structure, so I have borrowed space in my brother's garage, which is nearby. But it's very small, and I tried to take into account the existing structures. And while I realize that shed should be no closer to the street than the house itself, I thought because the parking was there, there's a hedge in between that could potentially grow and conceal the whole structure, that it might work.
All right. Let's give it a try. Thanks. And now let's hear from Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the main dwelling on the lot is a circa 1928 structure, actually called Victor Allo House or the Murray House. There's actual HDC survey on file from the 80s. This new shed is a 72 square foot shed, so very minimalist as far as proposal goes. The plan should show the scale and quarter-inch scale with dimensions and roof pitch proposed. The shed roof proposal isn't atypical, but the void area where the firewood is an atypical feature and out of character with sheds that you all see, especially upon the frontage of the road, which will be seen. The windows and doors obviously should match the main dwelling, the circa 1928 structure. 8 light and 2 light do not relate. Staff recommendation would be that clearer plans should be provided to scale. I did want to mention that the 6/6 or 12 light would be fine. Batten doors and trellis are okay. We do have some comments from Sconset Advisory Group.
Yep.
They said the application is incomplete, no dimensions on site plan, no floor plan, elevations don't show scale, roof pitch, trim details, window and door casings and corner boards, no foundation or piers, no window and door schedule, etc. Wood storage areas creates a negative massing. East and west walls open to wood storage accentuates the negative massing and should be enclosed on the east and west. Design and siding are generally appropriate, but application needs to be complete to provide for a proper view. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Hey, Liza,
Yes,
just for my own edification here, this firewood extension piece, you're accessing the firewood from the side, right?
that's correct.
Okay, so why do you need the lattice on the front, the west?
Well, just to enclose the area slightly, but allow wind to go through.
Because I think that you're going to get a little bit of pushback from that, because as Holly just said, that's very much an atypical detail. And also, if you piled up the firewood, it's going to crush your lattice and spill out. So it might be worthwhile considering just having that particular plane be shingled. The other issue is we're looking at, looks like you use grid paper, drawings that aren't really to scale. And
Well, they are. I'd like to differ. I did use
well,
this ruler, but.
all right, maybe I just got a reduction here in front of me. But usually we're looking at, like, we could measure. Can I see the scale for a second? Just so you know here. Oh, you're absolutely right. Wow, it is 7 feet. And roof pitch looks like a 4. Yeah, so well, I mean, the 13 is off, but not by much. Okay, so here, let's hear from the board on this one, okay? Yeah, thanks, Abby.
So in general, I think this little lean-to building is fine. There are also, on my site plan, there are some little squiggly intended privets, and I wasn't sure if you were going to have privet across those doors, or are we going to see those doors from the driveway? And if we are going to see the doors, usually we don't see the structure of it. We just see a simple V groove door and not the sort of those.
The bracing.
Yeah, the bracing.
Mhm.
So I think the window, the 4/4 is kind of sweet in a way and very
Mhm.
sconcy. So in general, if this had just a few alterations, I'd be fine with it.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks.
I agree with Abby. I think it's a cute, quirky little Sconset shed. Just for everybody's, the east is what's facing the driveway, the back end. And without the lattice, it's just gonna look like a shingled wall, and she's gonna put rose trellis on the roof. So I think that's really all we'll see.
Uh-huh.
I don't mind the end being open. for some firewood with like an overhang. And I agree with Abby about the window. I don't even care about the 2-light window. It'd be like in the old days when you'd find a window.
You just stick it
somewhere,
in there.
Throw it in there,
Yeah.
and that's what makes it really,
Uh-huh.
special. So aside from removing the lattice and maybe doing a little floor plan, so everything's identified, I'm okay with it.
Okay, very good. Connie?
Yeah, I don't have anything really else to add other than what's already been said. It's a cute little shed with the lattice gone. I think it would be fine.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
You're muted, Diane.
There, is it clear now?
Yeah.
I would like to see the, where the firewood's going to go, not have a floor. I think it should go all the way down and just be neatly be against that side of the place. I'd like to see just a 2-over-2 window, a four square window rather than 4-over-4, just a simple window. And I'd like to see the old doors, the batten doors, the way that they should be. And I think that's it. I think a firewood place where they put it, it's just stacked up. It's just as good, and the snow runs off and it doesn't have a floor to rot and cause trouble. That's what I think.
Okay, Diane, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah. So now that Val has brought to my attention that the back side of this shed is what's facing Pittman, and it appears that there's going to be hedge there anyway. So all of this, V-groove door and the 8-light window and the firewood extension thing are kind of moot in my book because you're not going to see them anyway. So I'm honestly fine with this just the way it is. So can we make a motion of some kind on this?
Well,
All right.
I make a motion to approve this through staff with the applicant bringing or sending in a floor plan with more information on it,
Good idea.
and eliminating the lattice on the east and west.
Okay. All right. So that's Val's motion. On Val's motion, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Connie?
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
And yeah, we got you, Diane. Thank you. And Val's good on her motion. So am I. So that you have a shed. Thank you, Liza.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Good night. Okay. 51 Pleasant.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
applicant has asked for the hold. They're going to provide a window survey.
Okay. Does it need a motion? I guess so. Yeah. What are we holding for rep?
Window survey, say more
A
information.
window survey. Okay.
I'll make a motion to hold for a window survey.
Very good. And I'm just gonna do 4-person board on this, so Val on that motion,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Abby on your
Aye.
motion, and I'm in favor. And so the Steve Rothke stuff is being held, right? Oh, that brings us to Ray Pohl at Botticelli and Cole. So this is a beach there. I'm gonna wrap this. I don't think Lisa's not on it. No.
Who's gonna be the chair?
Steve?
Oh, yeah, I can share.
Motion to approve.
Oh, hang on.
Happy to be chair.
Yeah, Diane, I got it. Thank you. You're on it.
Okay.
Basically everybody.
Yeah, everybody here.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a beach stair up on Sherburne going down the bluff. It's all natural. It's the The surveyor gave us this pitch that you see on the elevation drawing. So we're just following the pitch down as closely as we can. That's it.
Thank you.
No.
Holly, do we have anything?
Just that I want to mention it's Concom approved. Appreciate the new location and the natural to weather, no concerns. It's typical.
Okay, board members.
So I looked at this prior to the meeting, and my only question is that like where you see, for instance, there's a platform, it goes down, and then there's another platform. Is underneath all of that open?
Yes,
And you have to leave it open?
you do. Because the Concom,
Vegetation.
yeah, the Concom wants you to allow the vegetation to grow
Okay.
underneath, definitely.
Okay, that was just my question. I'm okay with it. It's a beach there. Natural to weather.
Yeah.
Me too.
Oh, okay, thank you, Diane. Connie?
No issues.
No issues. Jesse?
I'm good. Thank you.
Were you here early enough to be on this? Okay, and I'm good with it too. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, all in favor of Val and Diane's motion? Val?
Aye.
I got those. Jesse?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And myself. Thank you.
Okay, next is Val. There we go. Musical chairs.
This is a 2-second application. Turning a single door into a double door.
Hey, Val,
What?
I think we're to Jesse now, okay?
Okay.
All right,
Rear elevation, which faces away from the street underneath a porch. The single door is becoming a double French door. Reshingling the roof and changing the trim color from the lovely yellow that it is to white and leaving the yellow door.
okay.
Circa 1984.
The original building.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, Val, is that it?
Yep.
Thank you. Holly?
Mr. Chair, this is a circa 1984 within the OHD, no concerns, and I'm sorry this wasn't on consent.
Okay, board members.
I agree with Holly.
I'll go. I agree.
You're good, Diane?
I'm good.
Okay, anybody have any concerns, I guess?
Where are the French doors? I don't see them.
No, they're in the rear, but there is
Oh,
a
okay.
drawing.
All right.
Motion approved is submitted.
Okay, Stephen has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Jesse?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Okay, Ethan, did I see Ethan? There's Ethan. Infill dormer.
Did I? Oh, yeah.
This is Val's.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Ethan, go for it.
Okay, this is a small structure. This whole lot is condoed on Union Street, sort of backs up into the town lot. This is the structure in the rear. It's kind of a funky, probably was an old agricultural building at one point. In the past 10 years, it's been completely reframed, although there is exposed modern timber framing on the second floor, which we're trying to work with. So we're proposing sort of an infill shed dormer between two gable dormers on that north side that faces the town lot. And there's should be elevations, of course, to it's the plan, and that's the view from Union Street, and then the page preceding that is the elevations.
So you're just running a dormer between the two gables.
Correct. And, we really want to kind of accentuate the existing trim and everything, and sort of set the dormer back slightly. So again, we're kind of preserving the
So it is set back.
Correct, yeah, 6 inches. But it's
Okay.
technically not flush.
Is that it, Ethan?
Correct, that's it. So
Okay.
some minor, there's some window on the first floor. I think we added a little
yeah.
transom unit.
Right. Okay. All right, very good. Thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So interesting to hear about this being a barn. The tax assessors, I couldn't find anything on NHL data based on only the main dwelling on the lot. Says it's a 1950s contributing structure. Staff's comments, clearly the structure was built prior to design guidelines. Not sure adding the shed dormer between the two A-frame gable dormers is appropriate. However, appreciate working with the existing structure and appreciate that setback. HSAG provided some comments. This directly fronts on the town pier parking lot and is very visible. This type of dormer may be considered if it's recessed a couple of feet, but not as a flush dormer, so maybe a little bit more than the 6 inches provided. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to begin?
I'm okay with it.
Abby is okay with it. Who's next?
I'll go.
Yeah.
I just want to say for the record, this is not my Uncle John. If he invites me for Thanksgiving dinner, we might have some interesting discussion, but he's no relation that I know of. Yeah, I think the setback of the 6 inches is, it'd be better if it was a foot, but there is a tree there. It is an atypical structure to begin with, and I don't think it'll be necessarily inappropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Stephen, thank you. Diane, Val?
I'll go. I agree with Steve, and the fact that the gutter is going to run by is also going to give it more of a feel like it's set back, so I'm okay with it as well.
Okay, very good. Diane, anything?
No, I'm okay with it.
All right, I think we can move it.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Stephen's made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Val?
Hi.
Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Very good. Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, the next one at 32 Jefferson, my client has decided, out of deference to the neighbor, to reduce it, drop it down. So could I have this heard next Tuesday?
Yeah. Well, we don't need to make a motion on that.
I don't.
Terry? Was Terry leaving at 5 or someone else?
Yeah, she go to a Concom meeting.
Yeah, we don't need to make a motion. It'll just be the first one up on the list.
Just hold, okay. All right, thanks. Okay, so Matthew, it's to you at 40 Old South Road.
Where's the regular board on that?
Yeah.
About 39. I'm going to do the
yeah.
first one.
I can start whenever you're ready, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. So this is an application for, it's basically 3 lots. I think looking at the subdivision plan will probably be the best, which is the cover sheet. Just so that we can get the orientation, location of the lot. And I think these are the reductions. Sure, that's great too. So this is on the corner of what's Forest Ave and Old South Road. So currently, it's basically a cleared lot. I think everyone's kind of familiar with what's across the street. And so there's actually a total of 3 lots. The 2 structures that we're going to be looking at tonight are lots 39 and 40. And they actually fall on individual lots, but the buildings are connected on the second floor. So we just thought that would be important to kind of point out. Because they fall in separate lots, we've submitted them as two lots, but just to give you an indication of where things are sited. So the intent here is that there will be another commercial structure at the corner of Old South and Forest Ave, and that all of the parking will be shared in front of the building. We're currently scheduled to be before the planning board shortly. But in terms of the structures, the intent here is that the first floor would be commercial, retail, and the upper floors are apartments. And so the property line goes right through the center of the building. So if you look at the east elevation, that's the lot line goes right down the middle. So each structure theoretically falls on lot, one falls on 39, one falls on 40.
Can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Why connect them then?
Well, but
How do you get
a more interesting or better question is like, you have to maintain a setback from each lot line, right?
You, as part of the planning board application, you can request zero lot line in fire area. We've done it previously for the.
Okay, all
yeah,
right.
So it can
I
be.
mean, it doesn't relate to us anyway.
Right, but.
I mean, we could consider it as one lot.
You certainly could. You
Yeah,
certainly
okay.
could. And just so that it's consistent with the ultimate building permits, for Marcus, et cetera, we wanted to identify them accordingly. So basically, like I said, it's a commercial first floor and residential second floor. There's 2 apartments per side on the second floor. And the primary intent here is to create essentially a pedestrian pathway through between the buildings. And there will be a covered outdoor area, which you can see in the west elevation from the rear elevation. We intentionally tried to keep the height low. The color scheme is gray, black sash, and they're fairly straightforward, but because it is a commercial enterprise, we thought that the fenestration on the east elevation should be reflective of that. I think that's pretty much it. I mean, I think the elevations speak for themselves. Try to keep it basically to a story and a half. Part of the intent here was to not create a single large building, to have some sense of additive massing, but obviously there's a level of symmetry to it as well. So with that, look forward to the comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Matthew, thank you.
There's also some perspectives towards the tail end of the submission, which I think might be helpful. No, those are elevations.
Can I get a clarification through Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Can we go to the second floor plan? Now, what's the program on the rear side connector?
So that is second floor deck area for the apartments. We found that with residential units above retail, to have some outdoor space is really important.
Adrian, can you scroll to center the 2 buildings? Oh, it's not showing. What am I looking at that's different that shows both of them?
I think that's just showing half the building. I don't know if we can look at the full.
Slide 22.
The full size set might be helpful.
No. Yeah, that's it. So can you just walk me through that?
Certainly. So on the rear section, on the rear apartment, there's basically it's a covered roof. There is actually a gap. So when you walk through underneath the pedestrian walkway, it's essentially going to look like a roof. It's got a steep pitch on either side of it, so you can't actually see the railing. The roof pitch actually goes up to 6 feet tall, so it goes from 0 up to 6 feet. And then when you're standing on the deck, you can't really see out. And so we didn't want to integrate, railings or whatnot. We wanted them to kind of disappear, if you will. There is a gap, Stephen, that might between the second floor enclosed space and the beginning of that deck. And the intent was we didn't want that covered area to be completely devoid of sunlight. And so there's essentially a light well, if you will. But again, from the rear elevation, I don't think that you'll be able to see it. Again, if you go to the perspective, that might be helpful, but you probably want to.
One sec.
Sure.
And then in the rear program, you've got a partition wall and an enclosed space on each
Correct.
0 lot line?
Correct. And the idea behind that is privacy between the 2 units. So those walls, that demising wall, if you will, is not a full height wall, but it does go up to 6 feet. So it's a little.
Section that shows the cut.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. So, Matt, just on the code side of it, on that 0 lot line, you'll need a full firewall.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the building will be sprinklered.
Yeah, but you'd still need a partition between. The way I'm reading this is your second floor on your south elevation is is in the rear, the connector is an enclosed space with a dormer.
It's an open deck, if you're referring to that rear section.
Yeah, it's shown with a roof on it. On the
this-
south elevation. Can we go to the elevation sheet that shows the whole building? The cut through, I'm sorry. We'll see. Two more down. Okay, yeah, structure on the right. I presume that the cut through is at the property line?
I think it actually goes on just one side of that wall. So that wall would have to be fire rated.
Yeah, okay, I don't want to get into code stuff. I was just trying to make sure I understood, and your comments seemed to, I wasn't catching something. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And that also shows the height of those, the walls. I mean, I don't think it would be a terrible thing to have, railings or whatnot, but it was really more about providing privacy between the two units so that they come up to 6 feet. So I think from the rear perspective, which is in the set as well, it just looks like a steep roof, but.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, so anybody want to start into it?
I can start.
Great, thanks.
I'm curious about the first one that's going to be on Old South Road. Is it going to be a similar architecture? Because I'm kind of in my head, I'd like to have an idea of what everything is going to be.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that's actually the next application on the agenda, so you'll be able to see that. And if the board, it probably would be, it's very easy for us to actually show all three structures as one, in one perspective. So the architecture is different. The structure that's on the corner that you'll be seeing after this is taller. It's got a more intense program. It's held in different ownership. These two properties are held in different ownership, and we intentionally didn't, because we were going to basically be combining the structures, we felt the need to try to keep it lower. So,
But is it that same sort of gable?
we can look at it. I mean, there's definitely gables.
All right. Well, so
It's
that
not as
brings me.
busy.
Yeah, I'm just sort of thinking in general,
Yeah.
like what is this whole thing going to look like? And the thing that catches my eye is the pattern of parking spaces in relationship to the, how are we going to break that up so it doesn't look like something off island? Because right now it's a little sterile. But I don't mind that as far as the architecture is of the two combined buildings. I think it's good. I think it works. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thanks. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Val.
I would eliminate the cupolas, and in the dormers, it looks as though there is a tremendous amount of space above the windows. Can those drop down like we usually ask of dormers, or push the windows up because they're kind of hanging down below the eave line?
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. We could drop the plate a little bit or raise the window. I'd probably be more inclined to drop the plate. But either way, we can close that gap between the
Because they
eave.
just look like they're kind of floating, and especially on the little, we probably won't see much of this, but with the D windows. And I guess that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Val.
I'll go.
Yes, Diane, go ahead.
I happen to know this particular area because it belongs to the Holgates. And my concern is that they all look alike. And you're going to see them coming up Old South Road because Forest Ave is the park is in there. And I don't know how much that would knock off the forest, but is there any way of not having them be identical? I think that makes them more noticeable. That's two buildings exactly the same. And the parking lot is exactly the same. And I think out there where that corner has buildings of all types and stuff that I'd rather not see an identical building. Or why do they have to be identical? Maybe that's the question I want to ask. That's what I would like to see. I guess the height is like 27 something.
It is. Could I answer
Right.
that, Mr. Chair? Just, so Diane, I think that the intent was that the building, the quote unquote two buildings, wouldn't necessarily be viewed as separate buildings that are identical. The intent was to create basically kind of the perception of essentially one larger building and create some level of rhythm and balance. We certainly could try to do some, deviate on, one side versus the other. We did look at that. It actually looked disharmonious, if you will. So certainly something we could consider, but we thought that's why I wanted to look at the perspectives, because I think that in perspective, the buildings have a kind of a consistent rhythm, and we really intentionally try to, keep the.
Right. Well, it wouldn't bother me if it was someplace else, if it was out on further out where the buildings are going to be, with the exception of Marine Lumber, which is a fair size down. It's going to be the biggest building along until you get out further to like the post office and stuff. That's why I was just wondering some way if it's going to be landscaped. So there's a break up and stuff like the picture you've got right now up on the board, and the alley going into the thing. That's good. It's just if simply one could just look a little different from the other. I don't mind the shapes and everything. I think the cupola's got to go. I know you like them, but I don't think they look like sort of like barns. The only thing I would like to know, if there was any way, is just make, even just on the second floor, make them a little dissimilar. I don't know, maybe not. Anyway, it's an idea.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Let's see, Val, right?
I went.
Abby, you went? No, you're okay.
Looks like it's me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, right.
Matt, first of all, the conversation we just had about me referring to the second floor program in the rear, I realized that had those reversed, so I was talking about the front.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Just for the record. I think I'm a little concerned about the four gables forward, and then on the east elevation, and then the two small hips. And I'm wondering if maybe a clipped roof on those gables would help. It's just something doesn't seem right to me. It doesn't read. I don't know. I'm not putting my finger on it. I apologize. I wish I could be more articulate on it. But there's a disharmony there that I think can be addressed to make these more typical. This isn't a typical facade, but something. The other architecture, it's a combination of different ones. I think from the overall in the east elevation, this is not going to look dramatically different than the series of condominium buildings a little closer in, maybe a stone's throw towards the Rotary, with the white trim and the green doors and the cupola on the top.
Oh, yeah.
Not necessarily the one that faces forward, but just the group of them. So I'm not terribly concerned about it, but I would appreciate it if there's something we could do, if there's some way to look at the relationship of those four forward gables and the two small hip roofs on the kind of covered porch entry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, where are the hip roofs?
Yeah, where?
I'm reading those as hips.
I think they're intended to be gables.
You're like pulling an Escher on me.
No,
Sorry.
yeah, I see.
The
Because of
perspectives.
the shingles, it looks a little bit like a hip.
Yeah, it looks like it.
It's not.
Okay, well then.
The shingled gable end.
That helps. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, let me think about it. I might revisit that.
Okay. Okay, so it's to me, and I think, boy, there's so many things about this that I would love to see happening on the other side of the street, to be honest with you. And I also think about the development out there across from the park by the airport. I actually think that there's some really rich details going on here and some innovation that, is kind of lacking on Old South Road. So I like this project. That's it for me.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
On a positive note? We didn't, I guess the cupolas didn't go over well, but if you were to have a cupola, I think it would be great to have windows in there, nice big windows.
Then it would be a Belvedere.
No, well, Belvedere. it is.
Right.
But I might even shut it down into the. No, I know. This is just,
Cupola Row.
well, they're, yeah. I love it. Have you ever been to Tuckernuck? They have wonderful.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
big though,
Yeah.
they're not little.
Okay, so let's move this because I'm interested in seeing what the next one looks
Yeah.
like.
You've got our attention.
So were there substantive anythings other than the cupolas?
Not from me.
So Matt, I've looked at that now with just the gables there. I'm fine with it. As they were drawn, but not as I initially perceived them. So with the striking the cupolas without prejudice, I'd make a motion to approve as submitted.
Without changing the dormers?
Oh, yeah, the dormer, yes.
The east
I
elevation
I
dormer?
did agree with those dormers and that,
I could do that.
yes.
Right.
The dormers all the way around, they have like
They-
a foot or a foot and a half.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
so
just
that's-
dropping that's a given.
Yeah,
Make
okay,
it-
but that's part of your motion, right?
Yeah, that's part of my motion.
Okay. So the motion includes
Drop the
removal of
top
the
plate.
cupolas and dropping of the dormers on the sides, the shed dormers on the sides.
The roof mass.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Yep.
so that is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
Thank
Okay,
you.
let's see what else we got. Let's see the thing that's going to block these two buildings.
It's huge.
It's huge.
Huge.
It's bigger. It's taller for sure.
Thank you.
At 28.6, it's rather reserved.
These buildings are actually modular, the ones that you just reviewed.
You're kidding.
No, but the width, those gable widths are the widths of the boxes.
So that's working the system.
Boy, it's frustrating because it just goes to show that you can really do some good stuff with modular.
Yeah, if you look at the plans, you can see where the boxes meet. Okay,
This is quite a bit larger.
with your permission, Mr. Chair, I can
Mhm.
start
Go
on this one. So this is obviously the lot that's on the corner of Old South and Forest Ave. So this is a different owner. They have a specific retail use on the first floor. It is commercial. It also obviously has a full basement as well. So there's a pretty decent amount of program there. There's also residential units above it. And these residential units are designed specifically for the ownership of the retail entity on the first floor. So they have a specific number of bedrooms that they're trying to achieve. It is a family-owned business, and so they will reside in the building. And that is why we do have a third floor program. We tried to keep it as minimal as possible. We realize that this structure will be on the corner and invisible. And so we tried to keep that in mind while maintaining the desired program. I pointed out that the previous application was modular. Obviously, with a modular system, the floor systems get thicker, and to that regard, we have elected to stick frame this structure. Wasn't first choice, but we did that primarily to reduce the overall height of the structure as much as we possibly could. So with that, we can maybe scroll to the elevations. So there you go on the facade of the building. So this is what would face the parking area. If you scroll down to A2.2, you can see the side elevation that would be visible from Old South Road. Now these structures are devoid of any landscaping. There will be some landscaping along Old South Road side, but obviously it's a gable forward structure. We thought that was important. It does have a cupola, and we do have some second floor deck area. Again, that's to provide some outdoor living space for the occupants that are on the second floor. We do have a few bedrooms that are on the third floor, and therefore we do have third floor dormers. We did try to restrict them as much as we possibly could and reduce the size and scale of them where appropriate. So I understand that the structure is taller. I would point out that along Old South Road, yeah, those perspectives are helpful, I think. Along Old South Road, it is a commercial area, and I do think that I think there could be an appetite for structures that are a bit taller. So to that extent, we did try to add as much detail and be mindful of the how it's going to be perceived from Old South Road. So this elevation here you can see is kind of looking from the rear, but this elevation would be visible from Old South. We looked at a number of different incarnations where we had the rear mast telescoping, kind of a last minute change. We actually turned that last gable so that from Old South Road, two gables presented themselves, while simultaneously from the parking area, you had a gable forward. So we were very mindful of the presence on both Old South and Forest Ave, realizing that it was going to be visible. So it's a matter of really trying to put the program together in the space that we have. So I think if you could go to the first perspective, that might give you the front elevation. There you go. So that's, again, that could be from Old South Road, if you will. And again, the building does telescope back, but you will see the length of it. So the dormers that are shown here, again, those are transom dormers. We tried to minimize them as much as possible so that sometimes third floor dormers can actually overscale the building. On the front facade, we tried to keep them as minimal as possible. There is some ability to omit some of those. The two off the front gable do fall in a bathroom. They do provide some head height, but if we had to make that work, we could lose some. So realizing there's a lot to digest, I look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
This is,
I'll go if you want.
Okay.
There's a lot about this I appreciate. I do have some concerns though, especially with the facade that's facing Old South. And I think in the perspectives, the roof pitch is different than it is in actuality on the flat elevation. There's a disparity between the two gables.
I think there is. The back one is a 12 and 12, and the front one is more like a 9 or a 10.
Right.
That is correct. But
So they look better in the perspective for sure.
the perspectives should be, sorry, Mr. Chair, through you, but the perspectives should be accurate because it's a built,
Well,
it's a Revit
it's a lot
model.
harder to tell when something's seen obliquely like that.
Yeah. Anyway, that is a concern for me. I also would have liked to see some of the eave lines be different than all connected.
Mhm.
The dormer pitches are a 3, but it looks like you have enough space to do a 4. And I know you did that probably to keep them looking smaller.
Yeah.
Again, no cupola. I don't think you need that because there's so much else going on, but the dormers on the west, I think, are oversized for the size of the fenestration that's in them.
yeah.
But on the west,
Yeah.
they're just big chunky dormers and then just 2
With
windows.
single windows.
But all in all, I do appreciate the bulk of it, and I think it will be a nice complex.
Okay, Val, thank you. Is it the same color scheme as the other two?
Yes.
Okay.
Gray trim, black sash.
Black sash, gray trim.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Diane.
Okay, one question just came up. I just need Matt to answer. Is the address going to be Forest Ave?
I think
For,
so.
for this lot,
Yeah.
For all the 3 lots?
I think
Forest
lots, I think if so for lots 38 and 40, I think they'll be Forest Ave. I think this corner lot may actually have an Old South address, but I'll double check.
Okay. Well, what my question was, if they drive up Forest Ave and there is more stuff going on now on the right-hand side of Forest Ave, a little bit further up and everything. And all the parking is on Forest Ave and the houses are set back. Is there any thought of putting the houses up in front and all the parking that's 10, 20, it's like 27, 28 parking spaces. That's like to Stop and Shop. I was wondering if that would be noted as to move the parking, so when you drive up Forest Ave, it shouldn't lose its ability to be attractive as people go in there. And the way it's set up now, everything is parking on the front. There you can see. 10, 20, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 28 parking spaces. And I'd like to know whether you can handle it any other way. I would, on the front building that we're looking at on Old South Road, I think those dormers up on the top, if they're visible, they need to be bigger, or the shed dormers need to come in. I don't want to see 2 lights in each dormer up there, because that's going to make that roof view be awfully heavy. So I don't know whether it would help to bring them in. You've got another side that you can use with a window to light them up. But what view is that with those 2 dormers, Matt?
I'm not sure which.
Oh, no, west.
The west. That's on the rear.
West.
Yeah, I agree. One of them is intended to be an egress window, but I don't disagree with you. They look a little lost floating in the dormer face.
Yeah. And for some reason or other, the A's on the 3rd floor look narrower than the A's on the B floor. I don't know why, but both the top floor looks narrower than the 2nd floor down as far as width. Anyway, I think that would be good, but I would like you to think about the parking being that's the first thing you see driving into those buildings, and they're going to be people living up on the top floor or the 2nd floor, and the commercial that's going to be on the 1st floor. Is it a type of commercial building that there's going to be a lot of people going in, or is it more over the telephone kind of thing? But anyway, think about the parking, okay?
Sure.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I agree with Val's comments, in particular the chunky dormers, that one side. The other thing is on the Old South Road, at the nearest point, this is going to be approximately 15 feet from the bike path. I think this is calling out, I know we're not doing the hardscape, but this is calling out for some type 3 deciduous trees. Type 3 is a future HDC category of tree that is a 3.5-inch caliper minimum. Type 2 will be 2.5, type 1 will be 1.5. I think that would be appropriate to consider in your hardscape. I think I'm just going to say it. I think overall, I really hope you guys can look into flip-flopping these, moving these to the forward side of the lot, bringing your parking in the rear. This could become an Amelia Drive type area with those structures up on a brick sidewalk. Really a potentially great thing. And I think with respect to character and setting, the primary driver for me is it takes it away from a suburban type planning pattern, which I understand, what the different factors you're looking at with respect to in and out and the number of parking spaces. But boy, this could be a real winner. It's going to set the tone in that area for the next 50 or 70 years. So I just put that out there.
Good point. Abby?
Yeah, I think, I agree. I think one of the main problems with this setup is what is it going to look like from Old South Road? And we had a project here the other night and, I mean, it's really important to keep that vegetation intact. And it looks like there's no room. So, I mean, nobody wants to see a raw, for a couple of years. So if there's any way you could flip flop these and add more landscaping to this, that's an awful lot of poured concrete or whatever, tar, asphalt. The architecture I'm okay with. I think the one of the elevations seems more, I guess it's the east elevation is really successful with the first floor of mold windows, that it sort of grounds it. But as you go to the north, it just starts to just be like a really large building. It doesn't have the character that you got with the other ones. Maybe it needs a bigger cupola, big windows. But yeah, I am concerned about how Old South Road is developing, and
I could comment on the parking, or I could wait. So I agree with you 100%. I think that the landscaping is going to be critical, and I have obviously a vested interest in it being successful. The parking in the front does a couple things. One is we can actually get more of it. The lots kind of taper back. Two is having access ways to the rear of the property. It reduces it as well. And the other part of it, one of the things that we are looking at is this actually has 2 bike paths adjacent to it, one on Old South, but then there's the cut through that's separated by an existing green space. And so one of the goals is for the rear of all of these structures to actually have a integrated rapport, if you will, with that rear natural vegetation, and as opposed to like having the parking and then that. So I agree with you, and I think that we're definitely going to make the facade of it in that parking area. There's a lot of things that we're planning to do in terms of trees, vegetation, and we can actually make that part of the application, if that makes sense.
For the hard.
But you have the park.
Word searches, crosswords, I make my own.
What, Diane?
Thank you.
Diane?
I was saying you've got the park for the land bank park, and then on both sides, and then Valero's, it's Valero's has parking in the front, but it sort of goes up and down the hill, so you're not quite as cognizant of all 27, 8 parking spaces in front. That's why I brought it up.
Mr. Chair, we have a hand raised.
Whoever has William.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to say something briefly, if I could. Matt just hinted that he had a vested interest in this, and he does, or he will. And this corner is going to look pretty spectacular. I want to say more about it, but I would get in trouble with Matt, and I can't, so I won't. But we have thought long and hard about this. Matt told a story that was very, very compelling for me, and I am extraordinarily excited about it. And thank you for tonight. So that's it.
Okay, thanks. So I agree with everything that's been said. And Matt, you talked about maybe dropping some of these 3rd floor dormers.
Yeah.
You offered that one up.
I did.
I'd love to take you up on it.
Okay.
Okay, should we have a motion?
Hold for revisions.
Okay, the motion is to hold for revisions. That was
And-
Stephen's.
Landscape plan. Hardscape and landscape.
And
plan.
yeah, and we'll get a hardscape.
Will that work with your?
The timing, I think by the time we get before you again, we could hopefully have something for you to, I may not get it in time for the deadline, but
I'm not trying to hold you up on it.
Yeah, no,
If it's ready,
I think
we'd
it's
like to see
a
it.
relevant question and something that we need to address, so.
Okay, so on Stephen's motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, and Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Let's see.
Oh, drop that plates. on the dormers.
Oh, can you just fill that in?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember it, but I'm lazy. Here. Okay, so Mr. Trost, approach the bench, please. Hi. How are you? How's it going? Is Abby sitting? Abby's sitting off. Abby's sitting off, right? Yes. Okay, Connie, it's to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna let an alternate sit in.
Well, that's
because the
two
next
then.
batch is, old business, and then-
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. Hey, good point. Okay, so you're both on this, all right?
Who
So
was on
Terry,
the first?
just so that you know, we got Connie and Jesse on this, and Val and Abby are off, okay? Got that? Okay, David, how are you?
Good, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a fairly simple application
Okay.
for 2 parking spaces, 2 new parking spaces on a lot that does not have any parking on it right now. Very straightforward. It's really the minimal amount of space that you could possibly fit 2 cars. It's on the side street, which, because Milk Street was not an option. It's, I think, 50
Right.
feet, 50 feet back from the corner of Milk and Green Lane there.
Mhm.
And it's pretty much the only place you could put any parking off-street on the lot. And the proposal is to do it with brick. We originally were thinking herringbone, but we scratched that, and we're just thinking just simple running bond. There's actually, if you see the pictures further on, most of the space where the proposed parking is already like a little brick patio, so it's,
Oh, really?
yeah. But obviously, it would be opening it up to the street.
Right,
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay,
I'm also here for the owner.
okay,
This was a 4181L, and that's why this lot does not have any parking on it anymore. It was, the parking went with the back lot. And you'll see a tree there, and I had Dale Gary come look at that tree. It is not a town tree. It is one of those sycamore maples, which he's going to take out. So there isn't an issue with taking a tree out. And right there, go down one, right there is the picture I put in that shows that there is a brick patio in the area where we're going to put the 2 parking spaces. So and I've got a bunch of other pictures in there of the streetscape.
so it's really kind of opening up, just about opening up the fence.
Yeah, and adding, obviously, the parking would go from the house to the street with a brick apron.
Yeah, yeah. Brick apron,
Yeah.
okay. Holly,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1780 structure, Silas Gardner House. It's actually been documented by Habs, and it's a significant example of transitional, it's late, architectural design between a lean-to and a typical Nantucket 4-bay. The proposed new driveway will provide 2 parking spaces. I did have the benefit of pre-reviewing this with the attorney for the owner who will be buying the lot. Plans should show how the driveway location meets the 25-foot point of intersection off of Green Lane and Milk Street, which is per zoning bylaw 13920.1. Show the dimensions of the driveway and the apron. Although brick is appropriate, so is cobblestone. Just want to put that up there. Herringbone pattern may be a little too much, as this is a Revolutionary War era structure. I did have comments on the site plan as far as the gate that's on the site. Is this the same gate that exists now? As well as the site plan also should include the existing retaining walls. You all remember, I think it was Twig came in and did a sensitive addition on this structure not too long back. And I do believe that there were some hardscaping plans that you did review. I did want to, if you don't mind, Adrian, going to, there's a photograph that Linda included in the back patio. That's all, there is a lot of impervious already on the site. I just want to make sure that it's existing.
one more.
It's consistent. Yeah, there's
Adrian,
one
go up
more.
one. There you
So
go.
if you see in the back right here, this is not brick. This
flagstone.
is a flagstone. It would be nice to, look at consistency for the material for the overall driveway itself. The HSAG did take a look at it, and they had a similar comment that I had as far as cobblestone would be a preferred for a less formal appearance. Again, this is a 1780 structure, so having something that's within that time frame would be helpful. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Holly. The 25-foot thing, it's far in excess of that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we
like,
knew that from the
it's-
beginning. That's why Jeff put it on his plan.
Okay. Who would like to start?
One of our alternates.
You ready?
It seems pretty straightforward. Is this been approved by the planning board?
No, the planning board doesn't have to approve it because it's a pre-existing non-conforming lot vis-à-vis the 4181L, so the planning board doesn't get involved in
Well,
this.
but you're gonna have to go to.
I have to go to the
traffic-
DPW.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the curb cut, only the curb cut, once it's approved by the HDC.
Yeah, I mean, I have no concerns with it. You're probably gonna do this anyways. Just turn, the apron, turn the,
Up on edge.
up on edge.
Yeah.
The running bond course.
Oh, good
But, yeah,
idea.
That's about it.
All right, thank you. Who's next? Diane, you're on this too,
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I would go for the cobblestone rather than the formal brick because you're going to be keeping the stone around in the patio. That stone, I'd like to see that. I think goes with the house better than the brick. It's a very nice backyard, and that seems to blend in where brick gives it a little more severity. So that's what I would do. I don't mind the parking space be there, and they have the apron, and then come into the cobblestone parking rather than the brick. That's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Well, just to
Okay.
be clear, Mr. Chairman, that patio is on, if you go back to the site plan, they don't meet, and see, they're on the opposite sides of that L, so they're not even anywhere near each other. So the patio brick doesn't actually interfere or even seen at the same time as the driveway parking lot area. And there's already brick in that area. I think that's probably why they went to brick.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Okay.
Connie, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with this proposed parking. What was the material that was going to be used? Is
Brick.
it?
Brick at the moment. That's what we prefer to do, because there's brick there.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Connie. Let's see, I think that's to you, Stephen.
Yeah, I've no concerns other than, it says Glengarry. Which are ones you're looking at for the Glengarry?
Well, so there's existing brick all along the side of the house there, and it actually goes around behind the house over to that flagstone patio, and it's Glengarry now.
Is it the red? Is it the brown mix? They've got the one that's got like a copper and
It's
a
more orange.
maroon and a red,
Yeah, it's more the traditional,
the
like the,
orange.
yeah, but it varies a little bit.
Okay. I mean, personally, I prefer to see it be S&H.
Yeah.
Given the expanse and it is on the street side, but I get what you're trying to accomplish. If it's that kind of orangish model one versus the brown, I think it'll be all right. That's it.
Do you want to stay with that?
I think we would.
Okay. I'm fine with it as brick, as Glengarry. Can we have a motion on this?
On the app. Motion approved is submitted.
Okay, Stephen's made a motion to approve as submitted. Let's see, Connie,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
Diane,
No,
okay, Stephen,
Yes.
and I'm in favor. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you both. Oh, okay. Was that the conclusion of our new business? Now we're on to old business, folks.
Do we know, just by chance, if some of these people are not showing up?
For the old business, you mean?
Because I'm not on anything on here until the very end. And if everyone shows up, there's no way that I'm gonna even be seeing an application again.
Well, let's see, it's 7:15. Where do you first show up? Oh, down at 18 there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, boy. I
Probably
mean,
safe.
I think you're safe.
As long as,
I wish I would say otherwise,
Is
but
BPC
no.
here? Are they
What?
here in queue?
BPC is here.
Jesse, we'll put you on speed dial. We'll call you back.
We'll put you on speed dial, you know.
My wife will thank you.
Bring your
She doesn't have to get a
pager
ride
with
from
you.
the boat.
Then they're down Carrie and him.
Yeah, okay.
I'll stick around, that's fine.
All right, so first up, 6 New Street, Board, yes, right. Okay, myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby. Now you are down 1 member. Carrie Thornwell is not here, so you're to 4. Is that okay? Let me just explain it to you. So you do not have any alternates, or we would pull in an alternate. So if we move forward with a 4-person board and you run into some issues, what I would recommend that you do, because Carrie's on vacation now, is you contact the office and you have Carrie, because she's only missed 1 meeting, tonight's meeting, she mullins back in. She reads what the discussion was all about tonight. She signs a little thing, and then she can sit back on it, and you can be back up to a 5-person board if you need it. Okay? 4-person boards can be difficult sometimes. Okay, so you're fine moving forward?
Yeah, I think,
You've been waiting so long. Okay, so, all right, here we go, folks. 6 new, this I believe was a dormer in the back.
it was, yes. Sir.
Okay, so where did we leave off, Brandon?
So I presented it at the end of August. If you
Mhm.
recall, I was in Vegas during
Boy, that was a long time.
coming from, and I appreciate everybody's input. We listened to what you had to say in regards to making the front dormer more conforming. I believe Diane had mentioned that. And you had also mentioned the back dormer coming in, and I believe you used the word rebating on the side. So we took it from end to end to, you said 2 feet would be something that you could confirm. And then, so we took the hip roof, we'll change the front to a hip roof to make it more conforming and take that to the back as well, and do that in the back dormer as well. We tried to take into consideration all the comments that everybody had made and kind of incorporate them into this plan in the spirit of getting it, approved.
Okay. Thank you, Brandon.
Well, I apologize. We're trying to
Deal with what you have.
we're trying to figure it out as we go, and I appreciate everybody's patience when looking at some of these drawings. So thank you very much for your
You
time.
want, just a funny little aside, but I'm looking at the front right now,
Okay.
and I'm sure it wasn't you, because you're a new owner, right?
Yes, sir. We bought it in 2019.
Yeah, so whoever it was should have just continued that gutter straight across, so you had a continuous eave. You know what I mean? They broke it at the dormer for no apparent reason. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. So Holly,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1840s, 1.5-story, 3-bay center ridge chimney with a half house entry, modern dormer on the facade that was shown within the 1957 town aerial map. Adding a hipped roof to the circa 1950s dormer addition onto this a circa 1840s 3-bay isn't appropriate. 7 Coon, as an example, is very similar. It's also an 1850s 3-bay that was altered with a box dormer and probably around the same time frame as 6 New Street. But I don't feel that is something that should be mimicked, and changing that as well. Simply put, I would propose just the rear dormer following the requirement of 3 feet off of the sides as Building with Nantucket at Mine recommends. HSAG has some comments. Changing the front dormer to a hipped roof is not necessary and the style is inappropriate. The example provided illustrates how this proposed roof won't actually work without a very shallow roof pitch or the dormer ridge projecting above the main ridge, as the photo shows. Just because they're examples of what the applicant is trying to accomplish, it doesn't make it appropriate. The new dormer on the back should meet the guidelines in Building with Nantucket in mind, 3 feet off the sides and 1 foot back from the rear wall planes. We had very similar comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Holly, thank you. Who would like to begin on this one?
I think
All right, Abigail.
Well, it's a tough one, but I think your solution is good. And I think you got one more window in there. I think you had a stairway. I can't remember everything, but
Stairway, yeah.
yeah.
The stairway comes up, if you're looking at the front of the house, it's immediately to the right and it goes up to the second floor.
Yeah, so, right. So, I mean, I think you've done without completely obliterating the 1840s little treasure here. I think you've done the best you can, and I think it's a nice compromise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Let's see, Diane, you ready?
No, I just lost my, it says it's starting screen sharing.
Oh.
Is that,
No, you don't want to screen share.
no, I don't want to.
I didn't think so. But so do you want to comment or do you want Stephen to go and then I'll get back to you?
No, Stephen to go and see if they can get me the prints back. I don't have, I have you.
Don't have the drawings.
Oh, you're not you can't see the drawings?
Just gonna put them back up.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll take care of that for you. In the meantime, we'll hear from Stephen.
Yeah, this is a good elevation. So, and actually the next one, can you show the page? Yeah, perfect. So just a couple of things here. I think that first of all, Brandon, I appreciate the changes. I think it's, I agree with Holly's comments, but they're mitigated by the fact that this is, I think, a net improvement subject to some changes. And those changes are that the pitch of the roof becomes more shallow. This is steeper than the existing roof, whereas it should actually be shallower. And what I mean by that is from this point to this point should be more like this.
Okay.
The other thing I think would be helpful is you're going to be making modifications to this dormer structure on the front. Can we go to that next elevation? Is to lower, this actually looks like a shallower roof plane than it is in that other drawing. And this is more along the lines of what I would like to see. Do we have an image of the existing? And it'll all come together in a moment.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
The next one up, please. So I think if you were to lower these windows by 6 inches, bring your top plate, can you not quite that tall? Lower these windows by 6 inches, bring your top plate down 6 inches. You're going to get more space for your shallow pitch. And it's going to help you to not be above the ridge. Otherwise, you're going to run into problems with your center ridge of the new dormer roof going across the top of your existing roof. And when you come back here, we're really not going to be happy with it. So just because it's so atypical. So that will help you drop 6 inches on the front, on the back. You're still going to get your interior headroom for your bedroom space.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
By doing that and
yeah, because your bedroom space, so it's only going to drop 6 inches at the front.
Okay.
And on the sides, and you've got, you can have up to 50% of your room space at 5 feet tall. So you're not going to be there. You're going to be at 7. I think I read somewhere this was 7'6".
They're actually 6 feet to the front.
The windows are 6 feet high?
The windows to the top of the window is 6 feet high.
It's only 6 feet?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that doesn't even meet.
No
code.
jumping.
Yeah.
But
I'm not-
if
I'm
what
not
you're
surprised.
suggesting is adding more, taking that down, but add more head height to the room.
Well, you're going to get more head height out of by virtue of the fact that you're eliminating the shed.
Okay.
And then you're leveling off the roof and you're creating basically a gable that's got a closed front. So you're going to have higher headroom. I think you would still, I think you should draw, you're going to go, if you get an approval, you should go the next step and have this drawn up with a cross section. And I think you'll have if you come down 6 inches on the front top plate,
Yep.
you're going to have the headroom you need.
Well, I think and I appreciate that. My next step is to engage the designer. I just wanted to have it approved as to form, as it were.
Yeah.
And then once that's done, then I will engage the designer to put that together.
Okay. Thank you.
Diane, you ready?
No, I still have, it's saying
What?
community room.
Is there anything we can do about that?
Sharing.
Take a picture.
All he can do is try to share it again. On her end.
Oh, it's on her end?
Because I can see.
It's not on my end. I didn't touch it. It just came up.
Well, I've noticed it.
Sometimes when I shake my tablet,
Yeah.
it helps.
Well,
I
I
can
get,
take a picture of that.
every now and again, she's
I
like,
I will go with what Abby said,
okay.
and I
Thank you,
was
Diane.
trying to see if I can get this straightened out. It's not here.
All right. So here's my take on this. I appreciate your willingness to go with a hipped roof over the shed. I actually don't think it's necessary. For me, the front is what it is. I realize it's not the most sympathetic addition on, but you inherited that. And the back, I was really looking for that 2-foot rebate, which you've given us. So, I mean, I feel like that I'm ready to go, even if you kept the front dormer the way it is. I just wanted, particularly now that I know that those front windows are 6 feet high. So there's not a heck of a lot of space up there. Yeah, right. So, and that is the nature of those older houses. So that's my deal. Hey, did you text it? Hey, Diane?
Yeah,
Apparently
Yes.
Abby texted you.
I've got a little. I do. I have a little picture of it right down in my corner.
Okay,
She just did it. Thank you.
yes.
So it says something about having no internet connection. I don't know. I'm so sick of this.
Yeah, no, that's what I think the
iPad.
problem is.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah, no, actually, I don't,
So what-
I personally
what did
don't
you
feel the
just
need
say?
to go with the hip roof everywhere, front or back.
Right.
But
Just to.
Right.
keep the front the way it is and rebate the back the way he suggested.
That would be
Because,
great.
one thing I didn't mention is, okay, so the front's highly visible, but the front is something that you bought into. The back is way less visible than the front, so that's part of my rationale in being in favor of it. So,
Well, thank you, sir.
welcome. Okay. Anybody?
Yeah, well, I could, do you want to make the motion, Stephen, or you?
I wouldn't make that motion.
Okay, all right, so I'll make the motion to approve scrapping the hip and, what's the wordage here? I want to get it right. Scrapping the hip, you said?
Yeah.
And just having the.
Just keep the shed on the front and have the roof in the back be, the new roof in the back be a shed.
So this is the same.
But rebated the way that
But
the
rebated
drawing.
it and
Yeah,
size.
yeah.
Rebated, okay, that's the word I didn't,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't really.
Thank you.
That's
Okay.
inset by 2
Okay.
feet on
All
our
right,
side.
that's my motion.
Okay, so Abby's motion is to do it as a shed roof with the 2-foot rebate on both sides as per the most recent elevation through staff, of course. So on that motion, Stephen,
I'm a no.
you're going to be against, and Diane, if you can hear me.
Excuse me, sir?
Yep, I can hear
We're-
you. Can you
We're
hear
doing the
me?
vote.
I
Um,
would be for that.
Okay, thank you. And Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
Yeah, and I'm in favor. So your question?
I was just gonna say, the hip roof would give us more headroom in the
Yeah,
back, would it
it's
not?
a win for you guys.
Okay,
The hip roof in the back would give you more room?
I'm asking that as a
It'll
question.
give you a little bit more room over the length of the space that the dormer encloses.
Okay.
Whereas
Okay.
towards the street, your shed roof is going to come down more.
Okay.
I got a feeling we're going to see you again.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that you have sort of a, not a provisional approval, you have an approval, but I think you should fine tune it because you can see,
I think that's my next.
you have to look at your head height and all that kind of stuff. Okay.
Sorry, I thought that was the driveway that I missed, but I think people have to sign it down there.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Good
night,
luck.
night. Okay, let's see.
21 no?
Hey, how about 18B Atlantic Avenue?
Oh, boy.
Anybody to rep that?
Rank 4 out here.
You're here?
I am. On Zoom.
Okay, very good. So your board, myself,
1 hour.
Abby, Diane, Val, Stephen, you got everybody. So let's go.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have submitted a scaled back proposal. Originally, when I appeared before the board, I tried to bundle 3 projects into one approval.
Yeah, right.
Instead, I'm going piecemeal, beginning with the brick. This was the most important. You may have seen in my notes, I have an elderly father, and getting across the pea stone that's there now and the broken up grass is a challenge for him. This would level it out and give a bit of a better position for, like the trash container on the side of the house and things like that. So it's really just converting what is presently pea stone and uneven grass to a level plane of historic brick.
Is that it?
Really, I guess the only other comment I'd make is it's not visible from the road, and it really, with the hedge, is not visible by either neighbor.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the dwelling on the site is a circa 1925 bungalow cottage contributing to the historic district. The proposed patio is 320 square feet on this lot. Brick obviously is an appropriate material, but that's a lot of brick on a site of impervious surfaces from property line to property line. And I had a question on whether or not there's going to be any vegetation to mitigate that. And then what bond was being proposed, because as much as it's being proposed mostly within the back, you are going to see some of it if there's not going to be any vegetation proposed. But do appreciate the proposed reduction in the overall scope. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Still trying to get my arms around this. Anybody ready to start?
I am.
Oh, great, Steve.
I didn't really understand the
Not fully understand.
drawing.
Can we go to the site plan that shows the rendering of the brick? Yeah, that one. Go down and zoom in 3 clicks. So this is the one I focused on.
Right.
I don't disagree with Holly just with respect to the idea of what's visible from the street. I mean, it'll be on an angle, but it would be better to have the running bond parallel to the street. Other than that, and noting it is a lot of brick, but it's not visible, and they're going to have to work out drainage, or they're going to have problems on their property. I'm fine with this, with the exception of, I just want to note that the parking configuration is not part of the approval.
Is that, are you looking for us to approve that parking arrangement?
No.
No.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And actually, if we could go to the image above. that has the highlighter section.
The image above.
Yes,
Yeah.
you'll see I've converted, instead of that bluestone runner, it's now all brick based upon some of the comments from our last visit.
Oh, gosh, I think we're confused now, because if we go to the more rendered one, which is the one we were just looking at, we go there, we're still seeing the bluestone.
Right.
Yeah, that was the original submission. And if you scroll up and up just one little bit more, you'll see that I've.
Oh, I see those red
Number
lines
one.
are running bond brick. Got it.
So I'm fine with that.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, that was Stephen. Who else?
I'm fine with this application as well. I just didn't understand what the heck I was looking at, so.
It took me a while.
Nick's
Okay.
2 and 3, I'm okay with number 1.
All right, excellent. Okay, Abby?
I'm on board with that.
Okay, Diane, if you can hear us?
Yep, I can. I'm with number 1 too.
Okay,
Motion to approve
Or
site
it
plan
looks like
showing
it's
brick
number
on
1.
sheet number 1.
It's the-
number 1, there we go. Okay, so the motion is to approve running bond brick plan number 1. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye,
thank you. Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. All right, there you go, Mr. Farrell.
All right, there's no way that's going to get to me in an hour.
Okay, okay, so we're holding Sandy Ack, which means we're moving to 1 Old North Wharf.
And I did recuse from this, so.
And Carrie's not here.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
Hang on.
I was never on it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carrie's not on it.
Okay, myself, Abby, Diane, Val, you're recused.
I have been, yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Stephen's on it. And we have 2 alternates, one of whom is in the
And
room.
one of them just left.
You're kidding me.
Well, no,
Yeah,
Jesse's
please.
on it.
Well, because Carrie's not here.
Yeah.
Ah!
I knew it, just as soon as he left.
Yeah, man.
I didn't know how.
How about
but I
it?
knew Yeah.
Jeez.
Just as a time killer while we're waiting, is Joe in the, just curious, is Joe in the queue?
Yes.
BPC hour coming up,
okay.
BPC 39
Well-
minutes.
It'll be a 10-minute approval.
Yeah, famous last words.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
And you thought you'd slow it
Let the record note that Linda Williams ran after Jesse.
yes. Mr. Dutra, I presume.
screaming, get back here.
Okay, Linda. Hey, I'm gonna, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Terry,
Sneaky.
Terry's not here. She's listening to the recording. So Terry,
I'm
just.
here.
Oh, you are? I thought you
I
were.
are here.
Okay,
Yes, I'm back.
So the board on this is now myself, Abby, Diane, Val, by the way, is recused, Stephen's on it, and Jesse just got pulled back into the room. He was trying to leave out the back door, but we got him.
Nice
Okay,
try.
so there we are. Okay, Linda.
This was continued for more historic information.
Right.
They did a search for me up there at the Fair Street Museum, and I went up there for an hour and a half yesterday, and because these buildings are so new comparatively, there's nothing. They have Zippo on this one, and they have Zippo on the one that it was subdivided from, which is actually faces Old North Wharf. This faces Easy Street, and the backside faces Still Duck, but it was all one lot until a 4181L was done some time ago. So there's no more further information, and I went back and looked at all the Sanborn maps and the aerials, and it didn't show up in 1923. It did show up on the 1935 aerial, but not the whole building. The lean-to wasn't there. And by 1949, it is shown with the chimney where it is. And so it dates from somewhere after 1923 to somewhere by 1935, and certainly the addition was put on after 1949 even, because when you get to the 1957 aerial, I think the lean-to is on it. This is the only shed that we can find, and it's not part of the commercial wharf. It wasn't part of the whaling, and there's nothing other than the fact that it's cute. There's absolutely nothing architecturally significant about it, except that it's cute and in the old historic district. Everything around it is 2 stories, if not a story and a half. Flo Dealey's building, showed up in 1923, was allowed to move off of Easy Street. The Gilbreth building, which was then known as Arno's building next to it, showed up on the 1923, 1949. That was allowed to move off. All of Harry Gordon's stuff has been demolished and moved, because I used to be in one of the buildings for the ZBA. Then you got Robert Young built all that stuff. I know they're in here shortly or just before us for 26 Easy Street for a new building, which was also part of Harry Gordon's garage complex. The building at the Lobster Trap, that didn't show up until after 23 either. So, and that was completely redone, as you know. It doesn't look anything like the original building, but that wasn't there back before that either. So we've got a series of buildings that were along the old railroad track. There was actually a very large, which you'll see in the Sanborn maps, there was a very large building in the middle of Easy Street, what is Easy Street now, that was in front of this building. And another smaller building next to it, which is the shed that showed up before 1923, which was also demolished. But they didn't demolish that big building to straighten out Easy Street after they took the railroad out of there until after 1957. Now, I don't even remember that building. I do remember the building that was before the town building in the early 60s, but I don't remember this building. What we'd like to do is move it off. I'm sure somebody will take it. There's no plumbing. There's no heat. It's sitting basically on the slab on the ground. You can see from the interior pictures that the shingling is still in there.
Yeah.
When they added the lean-to.
Yep.
There's nothing discernible about this structure that requires it to remain the only little shack down there in the middle of the commercial zone. It's kind of a unfair position for the owner of that property. I understand we're trying to keep some of the ambiance of downtown, but that's sort of flown the coop down there, especially along Easy Street. And when we were researching Old North Wharf up at the Fair Street Museum, there were very few buildings actually on the north side of Old North Wharf. And a lot of the buildings on the south side were, carpenter's shop, a warehouse, a lot of warehousing. And those have been all altered and added second floors, and there's been a lot of infill since the turn of the last century on Old North Wharf. So it's sort of an evolving neighborhood. There was, along Easy Street, that was all filled tidelands when they created the railroad. And then there was a big inlet behind Arno's building on Easy Street that they filled in with more dirt from somewhere. So the whole area has evolved. All the stuff on Steamboat Wharf has been eradicated, including, I forgot to mention, Skipper. That building was taken out. There was a building next to it that was taken out. And then you've got the building on South Water Street there that was taken out, where the t-shirt shop is. And then the Downy Flake building blew up and they replaced it. So there's been, and then the Dreamland left, floated over, floated back. We took it down board by board and put it back up. So there's been an awful lot of change down there.
Okay.
But this structure isn't really, it's no use to anybody at the moment. But she would like to remove it, somebody take it. It will fit down the street, we checked that. Or demolish it.
Okay, thanks. Patience, did you want to speak?
Yeah, Linda said quite a bit of what I would.
Do I need this?
Yeah.
Well, to me.
Yeah, you need the microphone.
I
Can you
think
hear
it's
me?
on.
It is, staying closer,
it's on.
patience.
We moved down there when I was 15. My parents bought it from the hospital. And so I've seen all these changes. And to me, I've seen changes that I don't like. Basically radical changes or moving off all along the street. And Linda mentioned them. I mean, I did all the dates as well. But to have significant buildings like Flo Dealey's and Arno's moved off, and also Robert Young's grandfather's garage was made commercial. He did a commercial building next to it where his mother used to live. It's a commercial area. And the Lobster Pot Gallery, which my family owned, I was very upset about that because that was a crucial part of our art colony history. And, you know, that's one of my big interests. So that was allowed to, I mean, to put a porch on it. I mean, that was upsetting to me. So I just think that there's been precedent set for far more significant buildings than this tool shed, this storage shed, which somebody asked my mother, Jenny Shakespeare, may she rest in peace, her mother asked if she could sell clothes in there. So that's when but it's never had a bathroom, you know, all of that. And I did listen to the last meeting on Zoom, and I just want to reiterate that the address of Old North Wharf is really misleading, because you look at the back door of the club car with the guys smoking cigarettes and trash, and you look at the ugliness in the back of Vineyard Vines with, you know, electrical things falling out, and, you know, delivery trucks going to Captain Toby's. So, I mean, mine is the cutest thing there, but I don't think I should be an example when there's been so much radical change and so many move-offs. The other thing is, you know, if you allow the move-off, you'll have an opportunity to be scrupulous in the design. You will have control about what it looks like to fit in with what else is there. You know, so it's not as if something terrible can be put there. You have control over that. You can make it fit in. And the other thing is, you know, it's sea rise. We know all that. They put the bulkheads. We're concerned about the steamship. I mean, every time there's a storm, I mean, this might be a moot point. It very easily could float away at any time in the next storm. You know, after you've said, I can't move it, it could move off on its own. I mean, that is an absolutely possible happening as soon as this year, next year, as soon as there's a big storm, because you've seen the pictures of Easy Street. I've grown up with it. So I just think that, yes.
Just
Ignore it.
Oh, okay. So I just wanted to say that I would like to be, I feel in some way I'm a bit of an example of, I mean, I just think consistency and precedent, and I've lived on that street for years and I've seen it. And I just don't want to be treated in a different fashion for a little 304 square foot tool shed when significant buildings just disappear. And those buildings are I looked them up, I thought they were 1925, but 1923. And also the Arno building on the corner, my understanding was that that's 1900 on the corner of the steamship wharf, that was going to be removed as well to make a better traffic pattern. So these they're all, you know, they're all in the same general time frame, and mine is a storage shed. Okay. So I that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Patience.
Just to add one more thing, having that lot be vacant isn't really going to have an effect, because when you go down Still Dock, all of them have like vacant backyards that back up to Still Dock that front on Old North Wharf. And this is still right next to the house that it was attached to before. So there's still context for this not to have a structure on it.
Okay. Holly. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Linda and Patience for providing additional information. Obviously, as the town's preservation planner, I would be remiss if I didn't say that this is a contributing structure, regardless if it's a shed or not. It meets the time frame within our contributing status as a National Historic Landmark and a local district. But being able to pinpoint the dates of construction between 1923 and 1935 is very, very helpful. I was actually trying to look at some other different aspects. One of the things about Easy Street, it actually goes to Patient's family. Captain John Killen owned a lot of that down there.
And he founded the first railroad state in the.
Yeah.
There's a lot-
He actually owned the lot that these two structures were sitting on. We did find that at the
Right.
museum.
There's actually a plan that I found a long time ago about Easy Street in general and where that was a lot of infill. So there is history, and again, I would be remiss if I didn't say that this is a contributing structure, regardless. And I also would be remiss if I didn't say that whether one structure is moved or not, or demolished or what have you, one wrong doesn't make another one a right. So just that's I just want to put that on the record. We do have some comments from your historic structures group.
And again, I object, so I'd have to put that on the record.
Yes, ma'am. It is possible that this building was moved to this location from elsewhere on the wharf, which would make it older than 1930, which is what the tax assessors indicated. There's no HDC survey on file, by the way. Nonetheless, it's almost 100 years old and should not be moved off-site. Removing this classic cottage would drastically change the character of the existing historic streetscape. This cottage should remain in place to maintain the simple pedestrian scale of Still Dock. I want to add one other comment to this overall is structures, talking about sea level rise, adaptation. Structures are allowed to adapt within the historic district to meet those. That's why you all have your resilient Nantucket design guidelines. And, just is saying that something new could possibly be there. Yes, you all do have the will with all to put something else new. But again, the overall comment is this is a contributing structure, regardless if it's a shed or not. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
I have one more thing to add about that. It is not a cottage. It's never been a cottage. It's not going to be a cottage. But
That's a semantic.
yeah, and the fact of contributing, when I was chairman, I had town council come down a couple of times to beat us over the head. And
Beat you over the head.
yeah, beat the rest of them over the head. I got the rules. And he said that just because it's contributing, when 1989, when they did the surveys, which are Holly's seeing to that getting updated, which they've desperately needed, and none of them are not correct. But those 1989 surveys, if the structure was constructed within 50, it doesn't matter if it's architecturally significant. If the structure was constructed within 50 years of 1989, then it was considered contributing. But also town council said that by the fact that it's 50 years or labeled contributing is not dispositive that it cannot be changed, demolished, or moved, because that in itself is not enough to preserve a structure. But I understand that we're contributing because we see it all the time, but it's nothing, it could be nothing building and it still says contributing because it's over 50 years.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. Board members, I think you know who you are. Who would like to begin?
I know we went.
You're
through
on it.
this.
Yeah, go ahead, Abby.
Yeah, it's charming.
You got to speak into the microphone because I can't even hear you.
I'll
Apparently
go.
Diane couldn't hear.
Abby's
Hey,
going.
hey, sorry,
Abby's going.
Diane, Abby's talking right now. I'll get to you next.
Okay, so, yeah, oh, well,
Yeah, that's good. I just was saying, never can tell.
Hang on, Diane. Abby, go.
Oh, okay, so, yeah, it is a charming old Brokeback shack. It sounds like it's from the 20s. And the chimney looks quite old. I think the same, everybody's worrying about the same thing, is what's going to take its place. And as somebody just said there about the pedestrian scale, is that's what we'll be losing, I'm sure, if something else takes its place. And that's what I'm worried about.
You can always approve something with the same type of ambiance as this structure, though. So you have complete control of that. It's well documented, so when somebody comes in, you have a right to make it look pretty good.
Right. Continue.
That was it.
Oh, that was it.
Just I left. with
Can
a
we
question.
listen?
Diane?
Diane.
It looks
Oh, you
frozen
want me?
again.
I'll go.
Oh, my God.
I think, yeah, I am on. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
We do.
I would say that I think that the building should remain. It is it is a classic building, whether it's a shed or a garbage dump. It belongs where it is. Been there for a number of years. It makes the beginning of the area. We don't have tenants down the street or Toby's is there or whatever. Doesn't mean that this building is not contributing to the streetscape of the area. And that's one of the things that we are supposed to take into mind is the streetscape, and it fits in, and it has for many years. And all the picky and do, and we can copy it and whatever is have heat or electric houses, something, and that is all. It's nothing that says it has to have a kitchen or a bathroom or a stove. So I think that it belongs where it is. And that's my opinion.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Gentlemen?
It is, I mean, yeah, the best word for it is charming. It's totally charming. I mean, it's iconic. And it's heartbreaking to think of this going. But there is a total precedence of all the other buildings around it that have changed, and now this one's left behind, and is kind of a throwback to the era. And so with the fact that it is a precedence, it's hard for me not to say you can't have it removed, but I really would love to hear what the rest of the board has to say. I'm pretty much still undecided. Like, who is going to take this over? What's the design? You know, the thing like what the after of this is the big.
You mean the new building that
The
it would
new
would replace
building,
it?
or someone. We keep saying someone's going to do this. Who's that someone? Why?
Well, I don't think.
Well, we
I don't
haven't
think
sold it
anybody
yet.
knows yet.
Yeah.
No, well, no.
No, I'm just saying, like,
He's
what's
talking about who the designer.
Is there anything in the works? I mean,
No.
it's just.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, it's just because
We'll get there, but we're not doing it.
I mean, and won't soon, if this gets demolished, won't this mean that we have to go with the floodplain and the building's going to be 5 feet higher than it has to be, or we'll be able to use our historic precedents?
Actually, we got around it on some of the other buildings, so we were able to lower them because they did not look right. And we went to the state, because I've been involved with a couple of those, and we were able to get the buildings back down because they look stupid up that far.
A new building.
Yeah. It's not that easy, but it's been done. Bless you.
Bless you.
I'm sorry, Jesse.
So anyways, sorry for just an undecided decision, but I'm this is downtown historic. This is what we protect, so it's hard to see it go. That's for sure.
Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I agree with the, looks stupid, tall comment about with the FEMA regulations, too tall. More so the pedestrian scale that this represents, the throwback to the concept of the arts community that it represents. To me, moving forward with a demo move off on this without an idea of what's going to go here is too difficult for me. Yes, we have control, but once this is gone, it's gone. We do tend to want to replicate silhouettes, proportions, and scale, but it's going to be that much more difficult to bring something like that across the finish line without this structure in place. I'm sympathetic to Patience, what she's trying to accomplish. Don't get me wrong. It's just, and for the record, I wasn't around during the Houdini era where these buildings were disappearing and being, or being approved. Even I didn't approve the Arnos. I wasn't on that.
Oh, Flo Dealey's was recent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't on that. So I'm against it unless we have a clear indication of what's proposed for going back here. And I will note that we do have a demo move off policy on our other business to address just the related topics that has been there for probably the better part of 2 years. So we're inundated. We're doing the best we can. I think moving more quickly through meetings, not being redundant, will probably be one of the biggest things in saving us time and allowing us to get to the forest instead of focusing on the trees. Thank you.
Just as an aside, town council said that we don't have any right to require what's going in its place anywhere on the island, not just the old historic.
I would
No,
disagree
I think
with town
well,
council.
Everybody, you can't ransom one application for another.
Right, and that's pretty much what
Which
he
was
said
common
repeatedly.
practice, 10 years ago, but no longer. However, I think Stephen's point is, hang on one second. Stephen's point is that he'd be given greater assurance before he approves a demo or a move off to know what's going in its place.
Now, what's to stop that? We can give you a.
Yeah, I know,
I know
I
there's a draft, but that's not going to make anybody build that.
I know.
And that's ransoming this project.
There's no one trying to ransom
One thing I'm
anything.
wondering is if nothing's proposed to go in its place, why do we have to remove it at all? What's the issue?
Mr. Chair?
She doesn't have her mic on yet.
Carrie's telling
Sorry, I was just wondering if nothing is going in its place, why remove a historic building?
Because we're asking to, and we're basically, it's the backyard of the building that it used to be attached to before they subdivided. So it looks like a backyard, like every other house on Still Dock.
Ray, can we?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can we?
You have a
stay
hand
with the
up.
Commission
Oh,
and not
hang
have
on. Terry, is that what you were going to tell me?
and not
Is this-
have
Yeah.
Okay, who's the, Stephanie Bradford?
Hi, I would just like to add that growing up, my aunt ran a shop right next door called Majolica that sold Italian ceramics. And I was always so fond of this cute little cottage right next door that was actually not in my lifetime, I'm 32 now, used ever as a tool shed. It was used as another little shop and was not, a modern building. And I think that's what adds to the charm along Easy Street there, that these are these small, sweet buildings that have this historic material that we should not lose. That's all I would like to add. Thank you.
I'd like to ask her where she lives on Main Street at 128. She's not in a butter.
Well, no, she's allowed.
Yes, I know,
Linda.
but just for the
Oh my
record, I want to
gosh.
make sure we
She's allowed
understand
to
who's
make
talking.
Public comment.
I know, but they should
thank-
state where they're living.
Ray,
Yes.
Ray, please, could we stick with the commissioners and ask Linda just to be quiet until we get through this?
I do have the right to ask where she
Please.
lives. That's all I asked.
Okay, so just to confirm, you live at 128 Main Street, is that correct?
That's right. And my aunt for
Fine.
many years
You're allowed
ran
to
the
make a
shop.
public comment. Thank you very much. That's all we need to know. Okay, so yeah, I think no one would dispute that this is a tremendously cute building. And and that it would be a shame to lose it. But this is like, to my mind, one of the smallest buildings in the downtown area. So I can understand why somebody would want to, move this and take better advantage of the real estate. It's old. It's not any older than some other buildings that we've moved. I understand about the streetscape. We, as a few people have mentioned, Patience being the one that I remember, we're in control of what goes in its place. So, I think that if there were support for it, I would be in favor of a move-off demo of this building. However, I think the numbers are not working in favor of that. So I've said my piece. Would somebody want to make a motion of some kind? We'll see where it goes.
I'll make a motion
Okay.
for the building to, for revisions and for the building to remain.
It's a denial.
Well, yeah, a motion to keep
make that
the
motion.
building where it's remaining is essentially to deny the application.
And we'll have to appeal it. And I really don't want to waste your time and our time doing that.
If we're going to, if I may, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
If we're going to make a motion to deny, we need to state the basis. We need to clearly articulate within our guidelines. I just want to be clear.
On the record, correct?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. Is it also, is there still the policy that if something is denied, that it can't come back for a while, 2 years? So I would suggest that.
Not the exact same project, but it would be the exact same project.
It's going to have to be the exact same.
There'll be no material change in order to have it come back.
It's unlike a house where you can change a wing.
Right.
This is either you're approving that's a demo move off or you're not. So
There's one other
black
thing
or white.
before you vote. Would you want to see, Val did draft something.
Let Stephen finish.
I'll make a motion to hold this application for additional information.
Which is
potential-
what exactly?
Potential alternatives, including a replacement structure.
But you don't want us to apply for the replacement structure. You just want to see what is potentially.
No, I mean, I would want to, I think, in good faith, an application of what would replace it.
Because we're not building it. She's trying to sell
I'm
it.
not, Linda, you know what? I'm just going to say this once. There's a motion on the floor. The alternative is a denial that will last 2 years.
And I'll go to appeal it.
You can.
I'd rather not waste everybody's time.
I understand that, but look, it's clearly not an arbitrary and capricious ruling. So as opposed to going down that path, I think I've put forth a reasonable motion. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay. There's a motion on the table. I mean, you want to make it brief?
Well, I want her to be comfortable
No,
with
no
this.
more of you. Patience.
But this is nuts.
And Patience, if you are going to say a few words into the mic, please. But the motion is on the table, okay?
I don't want it denied. I was hoping with some history that you all would understand, so I gave it a good college try.
Yeah.
I've always kept up my properties. All the properties my family owned have always been charming. So this is working against me in this case. When my mother died, I did an abominable amount of, so expensive with landscaping and everything. I really care about that. And I understand everybody loves it. I just don't think that it's fair for that to happen to me because of the precedent. But I'm not being a victim here. I understand, because I love Nantucket, that you've made some decisions that I don't agree with, that have, not just specifically you, that have hindered the charm of Nantucket. And I think we all know that. And I love Nantucket. So as much as I would like to see the options, I'm not saying I would, but I would like the option of being able to move it off. I'm willing to, work with you and come back and see what we can come up with, because it's pretty ugly around there, except for my buildings. the one I sold, I have to
Yeah.
admit.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
So you want us to make an actual application for another structure? That's what we're doing.
Yeah, well,
That's-
I just want to differentiate. The motion is to hold this for potentially additional information or revisions to the application.
I don't know what you mean by
I-
additional information, though. What more can I give you that isn't on record, except for a new design to replace this one? Is that pretty much where you're headed?
No, I'm not. I'm
I
not
don't
going to go on
understand it then.
record saying that we're going to hold this pending another submission, because then that feeds right into the ransom concept. So I'm not going to play a chess game on that. I'm making a motion to hold this for additional information and potentially revisions to the application. What you choose to do separately in response, having heard what's being discussed here, is completely up to you. But I'm not going to make a motion that this is contingent
I
upon.
understand.
I don't understand what the revisions are, so there'll be no revisions.
Do you
Could be
understand?
to the
Be
shed
no
itself,
revisions.
Like,
right?
for
The
example-
revisions could be to the shed itself,
So what?
to the shed itself.
Excuse me.
There's no revisions to that shed.
Excuse me.
It
through-
can't
through you,
support it.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna move
Does the
on this.
applicant understand the motion? Okay. Is the applicant willing to proceed with the motion? Okay. So that's the motion.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. So
It's
on
too late.
on
Oh, you didn't
Stephen,
vote for it.
what on
didn't vote.
Stephen's motion? Let's just hang together here. Jesse,
Aye.
very good. Diane.
She's muted.
Abby, how about you?
Aye.
Very good. Diane, back to you.
She's still muted.
Okay, Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
There's
Aye.
Diane. Okay, thank you. And Stephen's in favor of his motion, as am I. Okay, thanks, folks.
Thank you.
We'll see what we can do with this. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay, we still got 20 minutes. Joe, Paul. On Zoom, I guess?
Thanks, Jess.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming back. I know, water. That's what we should do, is get water.
Yeah.
10-minute water break.
Well, that, but we could also just order some. when
We could take a
order.
20-minute water break and then adjourn.
I was hoping to do a screen share, if that's possible.
Yeah, no, we love that, Joe. We love that. Okay,
then-
so on all these, it's myself, Stephen, Abby, Val. Okay, here we go again. We're down to a 4-person board, Joe. What do you say?
I say, let's go for it.
Yeah, because you can always get Carrie to Mullen if you need to.
Mr. Chair, may I just,
Here's for you.
a moment of privilege?
Yeah.
Can we just check in with these good folks here to see what application they're
Oh,
waiting on?
yeah, that's a good point. All of you, Ginger? You don't have to just,
The problem is if 1 or 2 people drop out, the agenda can change radically. And I
Oh.
was interested to hear what happened on North Wharf because I own property on North Wharf.
yeah.
So, thank
Okay.
you.
I
Okay.
just, if somebody was sitting there waiting.
No,
and we weren't
yeah,
gonna get to
and,
it.
and you guys?
Thank you,
You
Ginger.
folks? Oh, gosh, yeah, I mean, that's way down there, isn't it?
No.
Yeah, it's under new business 927.
Oh, yeah, no, really sorry. Yeah.
We hope it was an educational experience.
Oh, boy. Okay, so this is, yeah, approved. Hey, Joe,
Yes, sir.
you're still with us? We did
I
a little
am.
bit of did a little side tour there. Okay, 4 people.
Yes, that's fine. I felt like we were close last time, and if we're not, Carrie could mull it in, as you
Yeah,
mentioned.
you always can. Okay, let's go.
Okay, we're on the page here where these drawings are at 1/8-inch scale, but we're able to see all 4 elevations. So I thought this might be a good place to start. Do you guys need a reminder of the project and
Nope.
what we're looking
You
at?
know exactly where you are.
Okay, great. So
Old
the-
familiar faces.
The elevation that has generated the most conversation is the ones at the bottom, which are the ones that face north towards the ocean. And so what we did in the comments last time were amount of fenestration. I had some oversized windows on the proposal, and then the overall length. So we reduced the overall length of this building by 15.5 feet.
You chopped the shed off.
Well, I took the shed off, but I took stuff out of this. Every mass was reduced actually, except for the 2-story mass. I took a lot of space out of the link, like 1.5 feet. I took space out of the center mass, took space out of this link, took space out of this, and diminished the porch. And then I chopped off this thing over here to reduce that length. And the length of 98.6 includes the porch. I think it's 91.6 without the porch. And these reductions are noted on the plans that were filed with the HDC, and they're part of this application. So there's that, which was done, obviously that affects both of the longitudinal elevations. The other thing that we did was we addressed some material comments. So these links, which we had as vertical boards, I've left this sort of secondary link with vertical board, but this more, we'll call it more primary link because it kind of links the main masses versus the secondary mass. That went to shingles. These larger picture windows went to double hung windows. I reduced the size of these sliding doors, which were 4 3.5-foot leaves to 4 3-foot leaves. And then this wasn't mentioned specifically, but it felt like I needed to go there. I took the dormer on both the north elevation on the second floor and the south elevation and reduced that significantly so that these flanking windows are no longer there. So they're gone, they're gone, they're gone, and they're gone. So that there's much more roof line facing here, and that our second floor window fenestration was diminished. There was some comments about light at night and that type of thing. And you know, I didn't want to weigh whether or not I agreed with those comments about light at night, but you know, at the end of the day, those windows weren't part of the primary spatial functions, and I felt the massing actually looked better without them. So those were eliminated. So all of the clouds in the notes, I think, capture everything that I just said. Reductions over the length of the building and those material changes.
All right.
I did just, let's see, these are, oh, that also ended up reducing the height of some of these things too, because we took some pieces out. But just real quickly, so all of these dimensions got reduced along the length of this.
Right. Okay, Joe.
That's it.
All right. Let's see what we got. Okay, board members.
I love looking at these, those, what are they called? Simulated.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, perspectives.
Yeah, so that's it with the reduced length without the dormers and with this going to shingle. The only thing I would say is that this is the version with the boards. I really love the boards, but.
Well, it's not that in the vertical board. It's not that noticeable in the rendering, but the rendering is really good for 3D purposes. So, Val, did you say you were going to go?
Sure.
All right, thanks.
Joe, I appreciate the changes you made. I have two things. One, I just think it's so significantly bigger than other buildings out here, and it's on a hill that's wide open. And it seems as though the middle section of this building, north and south, is taller than what's purportedly the main elevation, which is the front that has the roof walk on it. So when you're looking at the north and south, it just seems out of whack a little bit. If the eave line's higher, the whole building is higher, and I appreciate the reduction of the dormers or the dormers.
Dormers, plural.
I think this, hold on, south dormer should either have the windows separated a little bit. It just seems like they're floating in the middle of a whole lot of massing. And are there tall first floor heights? I don't know what those are because I can't see that they're marked anywhere.
I think this is 8.5 feet through here. I mean, you're correct. There's obviously this mass is, the eave line does match up with this. And it does go back a few iterations. We had dropped this mass here about 3 feet. It was higher, but we didn't need that height. Actually chopped all of the floor heights in this elevation to bring this thing down to under 28 feet because it was like 29.10 or something at the beginning of this HDC process. And there's a
Hey,
level change
Joe?
of 3 feet between here. So it
Okay. Joe, we
contributes.
have to be mindful of the fact that we have 10 minutes left.
Okay.
We have all the members to hear from. So you got to limit the amount of, back talk. So let's listen to Val.
Those are really my main concerns. It's an overall thing. I like that it's all broken up and supposed to look like additive massing. I have concerns really about the overall scope of this project.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks.
Joe, I appreciate the changes. My primary concern at this point is that the AC is on here and I'm turning into an icicle. You don't get the benefit of that being at home. I agree with Val with respect to that primary mass appearing to be secondary in height and therefore stature. It looks odd, it looks like we've, in the lower right corner of sheet A 1.0, it makes it appear as though we've departed from the norm and we're putting roof walks on secondary structures. So I'm not really quite sure, for me, it's, you're going to have to jettison the roof walk. But I'm not as concerned about the size because it's spread out and there is, a sense of the massing kind of undulating and changing. But yeah, I know that's not super specific, but I do have one. This garage, if on sheet A 1.0, is that in the center? No.
Garage?
Not garage, I'm sorry. Yeah, right where the mouse is. Can you zoom in on that?
In here?
No, the one on the left and down one. Yeah, either of those two. Yeah, that one. What is that structure? What's the purpose of that section of the structure?
This here?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the kitchen, family room, dining room.
And that's on the high side hill?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, yeah, it just seems so large compared, as you look at the primary structure and even the taller structure behind it. So I was just trying to get a better understanding. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 17.
I'm not giving you direction on it. I'm just making comments at this point.
All right. Abby?
Yeah, I don't know whether it's just really light or whether I'm just in a fog over here. We've spent so much time on the length of this building and so little time on the front of the building that now when I look at the front, it looks oddly untouched, sort of. Like it doesn't seem to go with all the work we did to bring down all those different shapes, all that additive massing you did. I think I said that from the very beginning, that this massing never sort of got woven into the rest of it. it seems a little bit odd man out. Like that looks like a perfectly good building to me, but then when you go to the side, it,
That's it for sale. Just look at the overall.
Doesn't that kind of define additive massing?
well, no, that because additive massing sort of relates back to each telescoping part. This one seems incongruous to me. This main mass seems like, I mean, it almost could be, I don't know. But it just doesn't, I don't have a lot of harmony with this. So I don't have a lot to say, sorry.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that 6 weeks go by between these reviews or more, because
It's been a tough one. There's been so many changes on it, and the different parts are so different. It's a hard one to read, just in fairness to the board.
So, okay, thanks, Abby. So I haven't heard a lot by way of direction, so the issue of the fact that the quote unquote main mass is lower than the middle mass, the fact that the roof walk is on the main mass, which again is lower than the middle mass. I'm sorry that these things are all coming up now. I don't disagree with them, but I guess maybe it's sort of like you should choose a different main mass, the main mass that's actually the main mass. I kind of don't know what to say. You're dealing with a slope site, so your main mass is a full 2 stories. That's great, as it should be. Everything else is either 1 story or 1.5 stories, but because it's higher up on the site, now all of a sudden the ridge is higher. A 1.5 story mass is taller than a 2-story mass because of the way that it's climbing up the hill. So, yeah, sorry that we're kicking this one around for so long. Stephen, I see you waving your hand.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, may I, Joe, can you walk us, just, it doesn't have to be a lengthy process, just, you don't need to narrate, just kind of flip through these, because I got to tell you, I'm at this, I don't know if it's the hour or what, but looking at the 2-dimensional drawings on my tablet, I'm not getting a real read off these as I typically do. So could you walk us through these? Go flip some pages for us.
Yeah, I could. I have a suggestion, and if it's possible, given that I've got a 4-person board, and it sounds like at least 3 of the 4 of you have mentioned that it's late, and we're starting to delve back into pieces that we discussed at the first meeting. Can I be heard at the next meeting with a board of 5, and we?
Does anybody know, is Carrie back?
I don't know.
No, she's not back next Tuesday. And by the way, I will be gone too, Joe, next Tuesday.
Yeah.
So it'd have to be the Tuesday after that.
Joe, I'd like to just go through these quickly, the 4 primary elevations, if you will.
Sure.
For my comments, because I don't feel good about leaving you without some sense of direction.
Yeah.
So if you could just hit a view that shows the front, the side, the other side, and the rear, please, for me.
Okay. I'm going to start here at this aerial view, because you don't see the front of this building until you're on the property due to the topography and so forth. And this thing does rise up another 8 feet beyond our property, and we've nestled this thing into the hill, and it slopes. The building itself sectionally slopes like 3 feet. So this is, I'm going to go to the front. This is as you're coming up the driveway. Here's the front of the building.
Okay, stop there. I have no concerns with this elevation. Next elevation, please.
I don't think anyone does, frankly.
Okay, so this is as we're wrapping around now to the left. This to me is a series of gables. We've got 2 gables facing north-south, 1 east-west.
Stop.
Joe, please stop. I have no material concerns with this elevation. Next elevation.
Let me see if
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's atypical, but it's not gonna be visible. Next elevation.
How can you say that?
What?
It's not gonna be visible.
You're not gonna see that directly, that elevation? Show me where you're gonna see that elevation straight on, Dale.
From the backyard.
Yeah, that elevation is only visible from up here. There's this rise. This street is at elevation 30, and then this hill is 38. You can see how steep that is right here. You have an 8-foot rise to our property, and then this thing rises up again to 44 here. So the only
Okay.
way you're going to see that elevation is if you're on the patio out here.
Okay, next elevation, please.
I appreciate you asking me to do this, by the way.
Yeah, I need to look at something concrete. I think these are.
Sorry, you already saw this.
The other side. Well, we saw them all then.
No,
No.
I got disoriented here. Here's the back of the building. So this is spinning around that elevation. So now this is interior to our lot.
Right, and insofar as human scale, I think this is probably your most successful. I think there are some elements that are atypical, however, I don't think they're necessarily inappropriate. Okay, those are my comments.
Okay, but so I think that the net, I mean, is somebody ready to make a motion? Oh, hang on, folks.
If it's white.
What are the colors, Joe?
Gray.
The windows are dove gray, which kind of read like this bluish gray there. It's a stock color, and the trim is white.
Okay, so the white I'd be concerned about.
Yeah, I mean, that could be platinum gray.
What's what?
The trim, other than the window sash.
Oh, I thought it was gray.
No.
The windows are
Yeah,
dove
no,
gray.
I have to register. All this time I thought that the whole building was gray. So I would be in favor of it being gray, not white, definitely. But anyway.
I know Val will give me a scathing look from now until Christmas, but I would make a motion to approve with a platinum gray trim.
I'm a no,
Oh,
just so you know.
okay, Abby?
Hold on, can you come back to me?
Well, not really,
I know.
because I'm pretty sure that Stephen's going to vote in favor of, and I'm going to vote in
What
favor
about
of.
Diane?
Diane's not on it,
Oh,
right? I did do that right.
Yeah.
Carrie's on it, but she's not here.
that's right, okay. I have just one last question for you, Joe. What's the height of that middle mass?
The middle mass,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one, yeah.
that one is 23'7". This one's 19 and a half, and the front one's 27'7".
Quarter inch scale or?
Yeah.
Also, if you use a ruler and you measure it in real life, it'll be the same.
So Joe, just in fairness to Abby's question, if you measured it from the low elevation, because the low elevation, the 2-story is 27 something,
Oh.
from off of that, you're probably at like 29 at the middle mass, right?
I see what you're saying.
Oh, actually, let me just draw.
As
it.
measured from the low part of the site.
Yeah, if you were to, it's probably 20. It looks like another 6 inches above that.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, I just drew this line here. That's a parallel line that runs.
Oh, okay, so it's
from there all the way through. Yeah.
And what's the final answer?
The final answer is like 28 feet on the middle
Yeah.
mass, above the low grade.
What, I'm sorry, Joe, what's the pitch on the primary?
This pitch, it's a 9 pitch, I believe. Yeah, it's a 9 pitch.
Okay, so my motion is to increase that to a 10. 12.
On the quote,
On the
main mast.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
It's a good idea.
And that makes it wider?
Makes
Like
it
a-
A little
taller.
taller,
We would make that
So
one
that
taller.
it's not lower than the middle mast.
Okay.
which really bothers
Which was a
me.
complaint.
You don't care that the E line in the middle is higher and all that.
Well, it is
Well,
on a
not
slope
at-
site. You know, I mean, he's
It's-
working with the grade.
Then it's viewed from the side, so you don't see it, you don't read that as the front of the structure.
The
I'm not
strange
saying it's
thing,
perfect, don't get me wrong.
I mean, I think that I understand we're looking at sort of an elevation line above sea level, but I think you're clearly going to understand that the front mass is full 2 stories because it has full 2-story eaves. The center mass is 1.5 stories, and then this mass to the left is a 1 story, but their elevations are relative to the grade that's cascading.
Joe, you're losing us.
Joe, I believe that Stephen has made a motion, and that motion included 2 things through staff. One is to increase the roof pitch over the quote-unquote main mass, which is a 2-story mass, to a 10?
10.
To a 10 and 12, that therefore elevating the ridge of that mass. And the second is to have all of the trim, not some of the trim, being platinum gray.
And the third is to add a foot on each side of the roof walk, which is really
Oh,
tiny.
and the third stipulation is to add 1 foot, a total of 2 feet to the length of the roof walk, which would make it, keeping it symmetrical on the ridge. Those are the 3 things through staff. And that is Stephen's motion. Hopefully everybody got that. And I'm gonna now go poll the board. I don't have to, but I will because it's a 4-person board. Val,
No.
I'm so surprised. Abby,
I'm going to be a yes, but I just want to clarify, it's a gray?
correct.
Okay.
All right, so that was Abby, and Abby's a yes. Stephen, on your motion,
I'm a yes.
and I'm in favor too. So Joe, you got that. And now we're
Through
gonna
staff.
give you hell on the other ones when we pick it up later.
Let's-
Yeah, through staff.
Okay, and John McLaughlin, a motion to adjourn.
Sounds good.
I'm in on that.
Okay, all those in favor, aye.
Thank you.
Thanks for staying over.
Aye.
Oh, Abby, I mean, oh my God, I'm seriously losing it. Diane, I thought you had left a long time ago. You were just on for entertainment now?
No.
Oh,
Diane.